Yo, what up? It today. This. You know, you love to start your day with some bullshit. Like my mouse just stopped working, so I had to set up a temporary solution. Hopefully it's gonna be fine. Hopefully. Hope so. But yeah, big fan. Gonna have to fork another fucking $60 for another mouse. I bought this one like a couple months ago. That's great. Excellent. Archer got nerfed. You mean Ranger? It did get a DPS nerf this week, yeah. But it's a nerf that's relative to a buff they got the week prior, right? It was a bit overtuned what they gave them. Wait, hold on, actually, let me set this up properly as well while I'm at it. Okay. You know, every time I go on my stream element dashboard, there's just some there's like this video playing of a buff dude. Like, alright. Where is it? Maybe let's bump it up a bit. Very realistic. Yes. Okay. And I think we are good to go. Alright, so how much energy do I have? I can run a couple on this character. I still need to do ordeal as well, so I'm probably gonna settle these. There is a siege today, right? Ooh, I need to do corridors. Okay, you know what? I think I did corridors on this character already, right? I think I'm gonna have to do corridors on my ults before I do anything. Before I forget. I mean, I guess we'll get a skin Gamba going early into the stream today then. And then again at the end. Yeah, okay. I think I did it on my main, but I didn't do it on any of my other ults, yeah, so. I guess let's do that real quick. It's only 2 corridors anyways. It's not gonna take too long. Also, I don't know if we are going to do the old Sank 3 today. Probably not, right? Because there's a bunch of like info drops today for other MMOs and stuff, so I'm guessing the people in Stubbs group are probably going to be busy doing other stuff. Okay, I'll take the break on that front. Hello, Pojo. Hello, Pavist. Well, I guess I quickly set up a new mouse. Hopefully the macro doesn't suck massive ass, otherwise I'll have to do some tweaking, but it should be fine, right? I reckon. Yeah, seems fine. I do enjoy big bosses. Well, I don't enjoy when my macro sucks massive ass. That's the But it's so fucking weird because I was literally using my mouse yesterday just fine, and today the mouse just doesn't work anymore. Like, straight up, not working. I tried it on different computers, just doesn't work. So I guess it's just RIP. That's the line we draw, yeah, exactly. It's massive ass in parentheses derogatory. Arguably this macro might even be better. I feel like I'm shooting a bit faster with it. Maybe my previous mouse was on the way out and holding me back. Hello Zio. And thanks for the follow search for meaning. Held back by equipment, yeah. Held back by ping, held back by my hardware. I don't have a macro command broadcast. Because like whatever macro I'm using right now on my characters is not going to be optimal. Both because of my ping and because like for something like my ranger, I just set up something baseline. That it works, but it's probably not the best thing of all time. A nation go bull, hell yeah. That's right. Really looking forward to that. And yesterday I ended up taking the day off. Just I just needed to rest. Like two days back to back of like basically not sleeping. I needed to just like lay down for a bit. Also had a couple of things to do, and I set down some foundations for a video I might release on Monday. Like I'll see. I do have something in the pipeline. I'll see if I have time to do it. Get around to it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like the growth pass basically drops you to that, right? Like I have invested nothing into this character. It's literally just like the growth pass. Like that's it. Like this is literally just the gear that is given to you as a new player. Who is hyped for Heatwave 3.0? Not me! I mean, at least I have an AC now, but yeah. I'm not shadow banned here anymore. I mean, I don't even the thing is, I don't even remember you, like seeing you in the chat. So it's weird that it's weird that you couldn't post in it. In 3 days, yeah. I mean, the temperature has been rising a little bit. Like it was slightly hotter yesterday. So yeah, so something's cooking. Predictably, I guess. Like other garbage. Yeah. Happens. Be like that. Honestly, that was me yesterday. Like I wasn't too upset at the fact they canceled the raid because I just needed to fucking sleep, bro. Yeah, I remember Zio. Like I remember your donation saying that you couldn't post in the chat. But what I'm saying is it was fucking weird that you couldn't. Cause like I do ban people occasionally, right? But I didn't remember seeing your name in the chat like at all prior to that, so it wouldn't have made any sense, right? 100% though? Yeah, I mean, just take it easy, right? At the end of the day, we are humans, and we need to pace ourselves every now and again. That says the guy that is working 12 plus hours every day on content creation that is making him virtually nothing. You know what? Don't use me as an example, alright? I'm just saying, broadly speaking. You know? I don't necessarily preach what I say, but hey. Ban me, please. I mean, there are very easy ways to get banned on this channel. There's a couple of, like, magic words. And no hyper, don't say them. That is not your cue to do that. Be ready for launch, mental, physical health. I mean, the thing is, as I said, I'm going to slow down streaming throughout, like, you know, the back end of August as well as the early into September, because I'm gonna be prepping. A bunch of video drops. So So obviously, like, I'm not quite gonna slow down. Like that's the thing, right? That is the thing with what I'm doing right now, is as much as, you know, I do try to pace myself, and I don't want to burn myself out. I do have to do my due diligence with the when it comes to the upcoming weeks and months of the game's release, because they're going to be fairly crucial, and people are going to be seeking information, and I don't want them to to land on the wrong side of the AION2 content creation space, right? So I have to make the right videos for the people to get the right information. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, that's just my goal, right? I'm not seeking the easiest way to get banned. Try hard games in life. Ah, there you go. So that's the fucking spirit, brother. You're going for the 100% speedrun. I can respect that. Let me just supply deliveries. Got a couple of easy ones. And these ones I'm probably not gonna touch with the 10-foot pole, if I'm gonna be honest. Got this one. Yeah, I mean, I try, right? And ultimately, as I said, I am doing my due diligence for all of this because I care about it. But I also need to be careful to not trap myself in the whatchamacallit. Like, if this does end up working out long term, I don't want to trap myself in the as just like the AION2 guy, right? So I'm gonna be doing other stuff after the game is out, and after I got like the important videos out and everything, and like things go back to normal a bit. Like, as I said, I'm gonna focus more on the other, like, different types of videos, like more opinion pieces and discussion stuff, so on and so forth, as well as perhaps like stream different games once a week or something. But for the time being, I'm locked in for the coming months to a year. All right. I mean, I guess I'll just do the DE stuff right now, I guess. Find me some machine and never try to game properly. Yeah, pretty much. And that's pretty much exactly what I'm trying to avoid, right? I just don't want people to be stuck in that content space, because it's just bad. It is dog shit. Like, I mean, like, for example, someone reacted to my old video, right? And their main takeaway was that basically their main takeaway was to not listen to me and to just like buy Kuna. Instead of doing any of that. Like, the guy was like, oh no, this is too much. Like, literally after I say, oh, you have to play your alt for 9 minutes a week, and the guy's like, no, this is too much. And then he opens his fucking Kuna shop and is like, just do this. Like, yeah. I want to avoid people landing on those types of people, right? So I have to do my due diligence. They'll be uploading guys before global launch. Yeah, I mean, Orochi, that's what I'm saying, right? For the time being, I'm locked in, and I will be doing my due diligence. I will. I do have a lot planned for the coming months or two. Trust me on that. I will be pouring all of my knowledge into all of the videos I'll be releasing, as I said, like towards the back end of August, as well as in September, leading into the launch. And I will likely make some post-launch video as well, like after exploring early access. If some stuff end up differing, I'll just get up-to-date information before the full launch comes. Some of like nothing. Yeah, I know, but some people just like to be contrarian. And as I said, right, the majority of the content space in AION2 right now is just people that don't play the game, right? So yeah, right. Got to grab that. All right. But it's okay. I'll do what I gotta do. But yeah, today we do have some plans. I got a dungeoning to do. I got some more Abyss stuff to do. I will be getting another PvP upgrade today. I'm gonna be upcrafting my cape into High Commander. So I'm gonna also enhance that. I'm gonna do the extra soulbind. We are going to have siege, world bosses, the works, and another set of corridors, obviously. Is that the best place to farm the lower tier Philosopher's Stone? It's just dungeons, broadly speaking, Valkyrie. It's just dungeons. Like, even the new dungeons, even the new dungeon gives you the lower tier of Philistone. Now, it's because it's mixed in the pool with the other Philistone. I mean, I think you can still get two. I think I'm pretty sure I got both. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, just dungeons, yeah. Any dungeon that is like Season 2 and onward, so think Cradle, Dramata, and everything afterwards, will give you Philistones. Now, I guess the main difference is that if you want the low tier Philistones, I don't think you can get the low tier one from the PD of the new dungeon, right? So doing 5-star hard mode is going to allow you to get PD on those faster. They should actually add it in the PD if they haven't already. Just let people choose. I do also have some additional work I need to do on the channel asset stuff. I just need to find the time to get around to it. A lot to do, not much of time. I mean, realistically, like, I'm probably just going to take care of most of that within the time period where I'll be streaming a bit less. Just like use that time to like really work out all of the kinks and make all of the proper video prep work. So this way, once the game launches in the West, I can just focus on playing. Honestly, I'm getting a bit desperate on the closet side. Like, I have been thinking, like, if all that time, instead of doing this, I had been selling mana stones. Yeah. It's tough. But then again, like, honestly, the stats do add up. Like, genuinely, they fucking add up. Especially the weapon skins. the amount of attack you get from them is quite spectacular. Like, it's partially one of the reasons why my combat power is actually quite high on my Cleric, even though, like, you know, I don't have fully enhanced armor and everything. Because I got all of those accessories and weapons and so on and so forth. Hello, Bablo. Actually, I mean, it probably adds up to like over 1,000 attack, right? With everything. It's the small things. The defense is kind of whatever, but I mean, it's nice, but not as important. Same thing. This character, get this one done. And this character has this one, actually. It's still gonna be like a fairly sizable Gamba, I guess, to some extent. Not massive or anything, but pretty good. I'll just break these down too, whatever. Send it. I really wonder if they're going to keep this in specific for global. I mean, in a way, I hope they do, because it's really the absolute like most reliable way to get skins in game, and it has, you know, it's just purely gameplay. Like if they changed it, they would have to like give you a better way to get skins with your main. How's the balance in the Abyss, Asmo versus Elios, or Asmo dominating the Abyss? Same X. The thing with the faction matchmaking in this game is that all of the factions are isolated on their own server clusters, right? And every 2 weeks they change which Asmo server is getting matched against which Elios server. So broadly speaking, it's mostly balanced, right? If you take the average of all of the Asmo servers and all of the Elios servers, it probably like skews a little bit more towards like one faction or another, but it's honestly overall pretty balanced, I would say. And just a little bit of AP. Yeah, sure. We get one more. Alright. Next. Like for example, the server I'm on, which is Nemon, right? For the most part, all of the servers we have been matched against during sieges, like both the Elios server and our server is getting like the same amount of artifacts and world bosses and everything. It's honestly about even. Sometimes it skews a little bit, but it's mostly even. Like early on, very early into the game's lifespan, it was leaning a bit more Asmo, but they have also adjusted the way they do matchmaking since, so yeah. Match against other servers and sieges, it's not faction v faction. Yeah, pretty much, Bablo. Like, as I said, the Asmos and the Elios are on different servers, right? So I think there's like 36 servers total, and there's 18 Elios servers, 18 Asmo servers, right? And every 2 weeks, they change which Asmo servers is getting matched against which Elios server. You account for like, you know, strength differentials and everything, so it evens out to like be about the same amount of victory and losses for all of the servers across both factions. Like faction imbalance isn't so much a thing, and like even when it is a thing, like let's say you get matched against a server that is like actually straight up just outmatching you, because for some reason, you know, sometimes the algorithm, the matchmaking algorithm is like, wow, these guys won a lot, they must be very strong, so they match you against like a really strong server. But usually it just evens out, so like even if you're losing 1 week, you get matched against the weaker server, and then you're winning, and then it just evens out, right? The imbalance from AION1 or Asmos where steamrolling everything no longer happens? Yep, because each factions are not locked with each other anymore. It just keeps changing. And hello, Mandy. And it's even to the point where the matchmaking allows matchmaking against the same faction on this game. Like, let's say like the algorithm finds that there is currently no server that matches your strength in terms of like how you've performed in the Abyss and everything. It will instead match you against a server of the same faction that is in the same scenario, right? So it's pretty rare, but every now and again you're gonna get Asmos versus Asmos and Ilios versus Ilios. So like faction imbalance isn't really a thing in this game, to be honest. Like honestly, they handled it the best way they could to avoid that. What would be the goal for the first 24 hours on global release? Invest more on main or creating some ults already? If you actually want to like invest for the long term, even if you're someone that wants to swipe, I would be making ults, yes. Especially early on, like ults will be beneficial, absolutely. Like specifically for what I'm doing right now, like let's say if you're whaling, like you won't necessarily care all that much about running dungeons and Ascension Trial because you have ways to circumvent that by spending early on, right? Even though it's going to be stupidly expensive, I probably don't recommend doing that, but you know, the option is there. But when it comes to like closet progression, getting your empty closet title and so on and so forth, ults are going to be very, very good, yeah. So like me personally, the way I'm going to play it is I'm going to make my make my main, and then I'm going to make all of my old characters at the same time, and I'm going to get all of them to level 22. This way, all of the characters start accumulating Odile energy to run dungeons, and then I'm going to get all of them to level 45, right? My first priority will be to get my main to level 45 and settled for the upcoming Saturday, because, you know, it's going to be the first siege. And then after that, I'm going to level all of my ults to be able to enter the Abyss and start running corridors, and so on and so forth. So it's going to be a balancing act. Hello, Joe. Good to see you. Thanks. I really needed a break yesterday. So, like, initially we were going to run more Sanctuary on ults, but ended up it got cancelled, and honestly, I wasn't very upset about it. I want to say I appreciate your honest approach to content creation. Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? Like, it's not even just AION2 content creation, it's just like gaming content creation, and especially the MMO space, that it's just fucking rotten. It's just rotten and like full of posers that don't actually play the games, right? So I just want to bring in something different, and if people want to seek proper information about the game, like at least they have an outlet. I'm not able to put out everything that I want to put out because I'm just one guy, right? And I only have so much time, but I'm doing my best, and I'm going to continue to do my best. Oh yeah, appreciate the thought anyway. Hello, Cerulean. Actually, good thing I'm doing this now, because Siege is literally in 2 hours. Honestly, I just forgot to run my corridors on ults. I could have done it yesterday, I guess, when I had a bit of free time, but I forgot. So I had a bunch of surprise paperwork to do and stuff, which you love to do. You love to do that. I'll just hide. And thanks for Luciano. I do this one as well. We need that. I'll try the leveling on the EU side. Decide what to go EU. Not much imbalance when it comes to faction v faction. Yeah, no, not really. Like, as I said, maybe early on it was slightly more Asmodean leaning. But the matchmaking was different back then. Like, nowadays, honestly, it's pretty even. And as I said, even if you get matched against a server that is like stronger than yours, maybe you're gonna struggle a week or two. And then the matchmaking is going to like get adjusted and even out, so... Just pick whatever you prefer. Is it possible to play Sugar Games and Battleground 10v10 with pre-made? Sugar Games, no. Pre-made, yes. Pre-made 10v10, yes. Other. Did I forget to... We got one. XD. V10 you cannot queue as 10. Yeah, you can only queue as one group, basically. I mean, technically, with doing shenanigans of like queuing at the same time and waiting for the queue to proc, yada yada yada, you might be able to like get matched against people, but yeah. Oh, they are Sugar Games too? I mean, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, the Sugar Games is just purely solo like mini games that last for like 2 minutes. Most people are a winner at the end, right? So yeah, exactly, Akron. Alright, on to the next one. V10 you can queue as a full team of 10? Nah, you can only queue as one group. Unless, as I said, you do some stuff where you actually like have both group queue separately together, and then you try to monitor like who accepts, and maybe you can manage to get a full group of 10 in, but then you're not even gonna be sure that you're gonna be on the same team, right? So yeah, it's the only thing you can guarantee is the 5 you're queuing with. And thanks for the photos, if. Brother. I guess I'll do the other one first. What's your opinion about the Founders Pack? I've been on holidays, haven't been around too much. They suck ass. Ultimately, like, it doesn't matter too much, but they do suck massive ass, yeah. Like, honestly, the takeaway is they're not worth the price, so... If you want to play the early access, you grab the small one, and then you use the money you haven't spent to buy stuff that you actually give a shit about. And if you don't want to play the early access, like, you're not really losing out on much. I did send some feedback to NCSoft that they should at least put like months of subscription into them. But yeah, that's about it. Like, right now the main thing is there's just no value in buying them, like, at all. Premium currency in them? I mean, ultimately, I kind of get that in the sense that there's not really much of a reason not to at least put the sub and maybe, like, you know, enough to buy one battle pass in them, because they are quite expensive, but the value is horrendous. And it wouldn't be pay to win to, like, put the sub in there, you know what I mean? Because it kind of feels a bit shitty to have people spend $100 to get a Founders Pack, to then not have to buy the sub over that, you know what I mean? And I'm sure some people are going to get confused by that. Like they're going to buy the pack, assuming there's a month of sub in there, and then there won't be, right? So, how do I pony? How do you your UI so that your own character nameplate is separate from your skills? Own character nameplate is separate from your skills. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Ziff. We'll play Elios or Osmo. I'm undecided. It's going to depend on like what the people I'm playing with want to do. Speedrun elements and more about exclusive skins is a good idea. I mean, the skins are not even exclusive, that's the thing. Like, it says in the page that the skins are going to be available for purchase separately later on. Which is why, like, the packs have just no value. Like, maybe there's a small discount when you account for, like, all of the different skins, right? But it kind of doesn't matter because you're like buying 2 armor skins, so you're not even going to be able to use both simultaneously or anything, right? So, and there's no way you like everything that's in the pack either, so yeah. It's kind of whatever. Yeah, exactly. And I think there is some merit to want like at least enough premium currency to like buy 1 battle pass. You know what I mean? Especially in the more expensive pass. I don't really consider that to be pay to win because either way, people are going to be able to get in game and swipe for the kuna anyways, right? So at this point, you just like grab the small pack and then you get in game and then you get the sub and the kuna to get the battle pass, and the end result is the exact same, right? Level HP when do you mean this? Like, do you mean this or do you mean this? Like the one above my character or the one that is like actually on my UI? Because like if you mean this, like you can just edit the HUD as much as you want. Like you go in the main menu, HUD edit, and you can just move and resize everything as much as you want. Hello said. Told us you get something cool for it, yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's a bit fucking it's really fucking weird the way they did these packs, but it also kind of doesn't matter too much because ultimately, as I said, like you just get the small pack and then use the money for stuff you actually give a shit about. But it is just funny to think that someone at NCSoft sat down, right? Oh wait, I forgot to do that one. It's funny to think that someone at NCSoft sat down and made those packs and was like, yep, ship it. It's just a bit weird. Like, did no one think of at least including like a month of sub in there? Like, you know, they're just a bit odd. But it's kind of whatever. Ultimately, like in terms of the stuff that actually matters, that actually pertains to the like the short to mid-term health of the game, is how they actually handle like season 1 and stuff like that, as well as like overall management. And they haven't addressed any of that, which, by the way, I'm going to be making a video on Monday. Which is going to be like, it's basically going to be 10 questions I want to ask NCSoft about the global release, right? And it's going to be an open letter to NCSoft with all of the questions that pertains to like those important topics, right? And then I'm also going to like open the comments for people to ask additional questions, and then I'm gonna send that to my NC rep. And then whether they answer or not doesn't matter, but as long as someone in there watches it and it puts the question in their mind, like that's all that I want to do. I'm sure they discussed it and thought they could make the most money like this. Yeah, I don't know. Why you buy gloves and extract them? It's for closet progress? Yes, Pavist. It is. If you're wondering why exactly I'm doing this, Pavist, I released a video that goes over everything that ults can do, and that includes the explanation for like the full explanation for what I'm doing right now, if you're curious, if you haven't watched it already. You can access the corridors 1 time a day per character. No, it's every time, it's after every siege. You can access corridors in the artifacts that you faction captured. I'll have 2 ults in this after reaching 45 with the main or other stuff on main. I'm gonna be leveling all of my ults to level 22 on the first day, right? So all of them start accumulating Odile energy, right? And then I'm going to get my main to level 45, and I'm going to get it situated before the upcoming Saturday to be able to do the world bosses and sieges, because they're gonna start on Saturday, right? And then after that, I'll do the same thing on my ults to start running chronos with them. In progress, lots of info in videos, yeah. And like if you have any question, like don't hesitate to ask. But obviously, this is one that I have answered in a matter that is like fuller than whatever explanation I could give you right now. So, and thanks for the follow, Ixie. But yeah, short answer is yes. I'm doing this for class of progression. And surely I'm gonna get my May skin today. Yes, absolutely, that's gonna happen. Oh, right, I did this one. Alright. Okay, so I think only the assassin left, right? I'm still undecided if I shouldn't just wait for normal release and then spend those 85 bucks on sub battle passes and maybe skin. I would say 99% of the people, right? It's gonna be worth it to do exactly that. Just don't get the early access packs, because okay, some people are gonna be like argue pedantics about, yeah, but you know, the amount of progression that you can get by getting the early access packs and so on and so forth, and you know, maybe when it merges, you're gonna be slightly more ahead. Bro, first of all, 5 days is fucking nothing. It's whatever progress you're gonna get within those 5 days is not gonna be relevant like a month after the game came out, right? Also, it's pretty likely that within those 5 days we're gonna get downtime, because the first week of MMOs is always like slightly unstable, so you're not even gonna get those full 5 days. But even if you want to argue that, I'm gonna just tell you straight up, whatever enhancement material or whatever you're gonna get within those 5 days extra, if you just invest those 30 to 100 bucks into just buying Kuna to do currency conversion, like a month after the game came out, you're gonna get more value out of that than the 5 days early access. You know what I mean? Like, if you really want to argue pedantics, the early access is not good value, okay? It's not. It's more so like if you want to play the game early and start like playing with the boys early, your option is there, but don't grab it thinking it's going to give you any amount of advantage, because it won't. It straight up won't. It doesn't matter how you're looking at it, it just won't, right? And thanks for the follow, Olaf. Alright, one more character. I was looking to get 3 pieces of faded armor yesterday, got 4 pieces of armor. Should I keep it aside and focus on craft, or use the growth armor transfer into the faded? Armor wise, you don't want to go for crafted, it's not worth it. So you do want to use dungeon gear. Now it's going to be up to you whether you want to go to faded and then lava heart, or try to jump straight to lava heart. I think for most people the faded might be a good stepping stone, because the power differential isn't even that big. But it's more so a matter of like, do you care about having to spend one more transfer totem to transfer into lava heart later on, which is a bit rough to get them, so you know. But faded gear is going to be enough to do all of the content in the game right now, so there's that. Make an alt leveling guide with milestones for each type of content. An alt leveling guide with milestones for each type of content. I will make an early progression guide for global. Yeah, if that's what you mean. If you mean like a video that goes over like what different strength of ults gets you, I already have that. I just released a video like that. Global release, have you run out of audio energy? What's the best way to spend it around the best conquest dungeon you actually run? I mean, I'm going to be running multiple characters, right? So that's going to be taking a decent amount of time. And I mean, what do I do when I run out of dungeons? I mean, there's going to be a bunch of stuff to do, right? And if I run out of everything, then PvP is going to be the final thing I'm going to be doing. Thanks for the follow, Terminus. Honestly, I feel exactly the same, yeah. Like, anyone who's like losing their mind over the early access packages in terms of like, oh my god, they're minting it, oh my god, it's a huge, it's just to get an advantage with the whales and everything. Nah, bro. The early access package is the thing that matters the least right now. The value is dog shit, I'll give you that. Like, they should have at least included a sub in there. But I mean, it's whatever. For me, it's the population, the launch server will be better in the long run, I guess. It's going to depend how long it takes them to merge the servers with the full release servers, right? If they just leave them separate for the first season, that's gonna be fine. It's gonna be maximum 2 months, that's okay. They just have to not go the throne route where it took them like 6+ months to even remotely start opening them up. But I don't think it will. Like, I think they already have like the backend structure to like make it a lot better. And the game is fundamentally built different with the matchmaking and server transfers and everything, right? So ultimately, I don't think it's gonna matter. But I do think that the average player probably will prefer to be on the full release servers. Access, yeah, exactly. I'm the same stash. Like, I'm gonna be getting the early access because, as I said, I do content creation and everything, and the people I'm playing with will probably grab them anyways. But in terms of value, if I just like a random schmo, right, I would not be grabbing it. How much useful large-scale PvP content is happening in endgame? Siege daily or important? Siege is bi-weekly. But as much as there is large-scale PvP involved, it's mostly just hitting a boss for 5 minutes and then gathering medals. But all of the siege stuff purely pertains to PvP progression. So like, think PvP gear, which in itself is pretty unimportant in the grand scheme of things. But if you do care about PvP progression, it is something that you want to do, yes. And it is bi-weekly, it takes 5 minutes. Same for world bosses. The cheapest packs for the title, yeah, I mean, ultimately you do whatever fits the best for you, right? But just don't be afraid of like any amount of FOMO or anything about early access, because quite frankly, there's just none. It's very irrelevant stuff. Unglobal launch when you get feathers. Rescue weapons level 10. I mean, that is one of the things I'm going to cover with Jovid, but long story short, armor, you're just going to get dungeon gear. Ancient spirit stuff you do not use, you just put aside to break down into transfer mat in season 2. And yeah, gold dungeon armor accessory, you're gonna get your Star Dragon / 2 Dragon accessories early on when the mats are gonna be cheap and everything. That's gonna be your first goal. Weapon, you're just gonna be running a Chromede weapon with like a Vagrant Guard or an Urukum Guard to begin with, and then you will work towards getting an Ebony weapon with like a Sanctuary Guard or something for the first season. Assuming that the breadth and the guaranteed craft and upcrafting system is going to be the same, right? And then after those, you're going to upgrade your armor into Star Dragon armor. Not even because it's crafted and it has damage tolerance and everything. It's just because it's going to be a 5 soulbind line gold that will allow you to transfer all of the soulbinds that you need 1-to-1 into Faded in season 2. So this way you won't have to reduce soulbinds. So it's just an investment for the future that's going to be cheap early on to do, right? But the main priority is going to be crafted level 70 accessories, and then your crafted level 86 weapon, and then just dungeon guard, dungeon armor. Including 70 even bigger specs as well, yeah. Access will not be matched when normal access for co-cares, no scam value. It's not even that it's a scam, it's just that it kind of doesn't matter, right? At Legion Battle Sieges, some ranked Gate Regent, endgame looks like PvE trash. What do you mean endgame looks like PvE trash? AION2 is a PvE game first, yes. It's like, it's a theme park PvE MMO. And if I'm gonna be honest, the PvP in this game is a side thing. It's a side game mode that is completely optional. If you're going to be playing AION2 exclusively for the PvP, it's probably not the game for you. Because again, the game is PvE first. And even if you want to do PvP, you're gonna have to do an extensive amount of PvE, because a majority of your strength and as well as your upgrade materials and everything will come from PvE. Like, PvP gives you no player progression, like none. It just gives you like secluded stuff that is exclusive for the PvP gear progression. Have they said anything about the packs? In terms of like updating them? No, they haven't. Yeah. Probably that. Which expedition is best for farming unique items for soul binding system? None. When it comes to the soulbind system, you don't really want to use necessarily armor for that. Like, armor you will typically just break down for transfer mat and stuff like that. Every now and again, like the really low tier of armor you can turn into soulbind stones, but when it comes to rerolling soulbinds, you get your soulbind stones from doing the raids, so Sanctuary, as well as from, as I said, like converting low tier equipment, right? And from running regular dungeons that gives you soulbind stone fragments. Which is why, like, early into global, you will not want to give a shit about your soulbinds. Like, you will just try to get the baseline soulbinds, think like movement speed, combat speed, and then you're gonna wait until you start clearing Ludra, which is going to give you a large amount of soulbind stones to start actually like locking in your important soulbinds. Because you're not gonna need to be fully optimized with Ludra. Like, trust me. Ludra is going to fall over and fucking die. If they want and just buy the cheapest, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna wait until the last moment. Like, there's not much of a point in buying it, in buying the early access package like super early anyways. Like, there's 2 months. Global, you want to hit ASAP 2.2k? I mean, Ludra is 2.7. Sorry, Ludra is 2.7, right? So that's gonna be your main goal on your main. But that's going to be very easily, naturally obtained by just playing the game. Like, basically, when you finish the MSQ and you do all of the side content, you're going to be 1.6, 1.7, right? Like, baseline. And then you're going to start running dungeons. And you're going to start making your crafted accessories. And then you're going to get your gold arcanas. And that's going to already, like, get you there, pretty much. You don't even need to like push enhancement particularly high. Like, honestly, once you get your once you start getting your Star Dragon accessories, you can start getting them to like Diamond 2, which is going to be pretty cheap to do. It's like between 10 to 15 million to get them to Diamond 2, right? And that's already going to give you enough power and item to just clear the raid. Like, for the most part, maybe not week 1, but week 2, you should already be in a good position to start doing Ludra. And that's assuming they won't release Ludra off rip, which I hope they won't anyways. So if they do wait a month to release Ludra, then you're gonna have more than enough time to get there. I had a feeling myself. Alright, well, see ya, Loco. Go bitch on Reddit or something. Like, I don't need someone like you in my chat. Crafted gold accessories, yes. The Star Dragon / True Dragon equipment. Right. Like, making the Star Dragon accessories early on is going to be incredibly easy and cheap, because everyone is going to be stuck in Dropnut Cave and Crow Cave Gulag, right? So there's going to be a bunch of Wrathful Mine available, and I mean, chances are you're going to be running those on ult as well early on, so you're going to be getting a bunch. And it barely requires like more than that. Like, the main cost is just going to buy the artisan rings from other people, so you don't have to bother through the upcrafting process. And yeah, just grab them from there. It's gonna be very easy to get a full set of 70 Baleek rings, like Baleek accessories, broadly speaking. Do you have a macro for PV Cleric? Kinda. Although it's very bare bone nowadays, because like the bulk of your DPS in PV as of the last patch is LMB condemnation, right? So yeah, it's basically just that. What is more worth while playing 8 active characters, buying all those accessories or craft self? You can craft them yourself. Like, with materials you're gonna farm. Because buying the accessories off rip is probably gonna be like a bit on the expensive side early on. And they have a pretty high success rate anyways. And then when it comes to the weapon, you're just gonna make that yourself with the guaranteed craft, right? Alright, let me do this, and then I'll combine the skins. Yeah, the mindset. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's why, like, if you're gonna ask, if you're not coming to the chat and ask questions, I will answer you in earnest. But if it's apparent that you're either just a dumbass or you're just rage baiting, I'm not gonna waste my time with you, because why would I? Hello, Thrice. Right, I mean, someone was asking earlier, like literally someone was asking earlier how he could speedrun getting banned in my chat. Well, there you go. Case in point. That is one of the route. Bro got the bad ending. Is there enough since launch mode 3.7k? No. You never needed 3.7k to clear Ludra. Like, even on the original release, you could literally clear Ludra with blue gear. Like, my group cleared it with like 2.9k average with PvP gear. And that was way before all of the class power creep and everything. Now, considering that pets are going to be much easier to farm on global, as well as considering the fact that, you know, there has been some class power creep in the sense of like quality of life, like attack speed and everything. Combined with all of that, Ludra is literally like, even on the minimum item level, with like barely enough combat power, like Ludra is just gonna die. Because mechanically it's not a very mechanically involved fight, because again, it's the first raid. And all of the power creep is gonna be enough. I don't think the fight in itself got nerfed though. I know Balgot did, but I don't think Ludra did. Here's how what you're doing right now. It's an event that happens every 2 hours that gives you like a couple of crafting mats and stuff. Have you tried Chanta or purely into Cleric? I have played a bit of everything, although the other classes I mostly play on an alt level, right? But yeah, I have played Chanta. Alright. Okay, is the bound one? Never mind, I'm actually gonna do it. I'm never gonna fucking use those bound ones, dude, I swear. Start from scratch? Yeah, definitely. Right. Well, I guess it's time to do a closet Gamba. How extensive is it? Like 60? 70, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do a prediction for that. Sure, why not? You guys get to gamble on this one. Will I get the High Commander Mace? And yes. No. Alright. We go again, chat. You get to gamble. And for people who are new on the channel, if you are wondering what you can do with those channel points that you're getting, you can use them to interact with the avatar on the bottom right. Can't remember which arcanas were good in season 1. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's at the end of the day, you just look at it's the same as the new arcanas. You just look at the god stats that you need, right? So you know, like you go for the time chalice, you go for the life parchment, you go for the wisdom mirror, like so on and so forth, right? The men of chatters in some parties require 1,000 sometime instead. I mean, the requirements of people in pogs in general are just fucking stupid on Taiwan, so, you know. But Channer is a wanted class overall, yeah. Even to this day. Death within destruction, yeah. I mean, okay. Death is debatable, because death is crit, right? And the crit cap early on are pretty low. And accuracy is gonna be rough at the beginning, because we won't have a full Ariel board and we won't have a full Genus board and so on and so forth. So you're actually gonna want accuracy. So you might want a freedom compass instead of a death one. Especially since I think Ludra has 2.2k accuracy requirement, isn't it? And Ludra is only you can only hit Ludra from the front on the second phase, so you can't even like bypass the accuracy check. Exactly, Mr. Hay, that's the spirit. Okay, I think the Gamba is done. Yeah, alright. Well, time to see. Will we get the High Commander Mace today? Surely, right? And let's do the blue ones first. Get some extra gold, I guess. Maybe which would be a bit doo-doo. Yeah, I mean, you don't really need the two-piece magic, though. Because like that just gives you MP, right? Which is nice early on, especially for classes that don't use LMB, but it's not mandatory per se. Watch a video about alt, peak videos, straight to the point. Actually bullshit how to see this video nowadays. Thanks, I appreciate it. I do try to only stick to relevant information. As Gladiator in Season 1, you just want overhead slam level 20 on your main set on gear parts, crafted accessories. And then after that, gather money for Season 2. Yeah, kinda. I mean, as I said, there's some like extra prep work that you can do, like getting an Ebony weapon with the breadth of Season 1 to get the guaranteed craft out of the way. And this way you can slowly upcraft that towards Wand. And then making Star Dragon armor as well to prep for the Season 2 inheritance, but yeah. Alright, one orange. M. Alright, that's the Nemesis Dragon helmet skin, I guess. I mean, it's new at least. Alright, another big one. Overhead smavel, yes, pony. No orange. Earrings though. I'll take earrings. Yeah, I don't think today's the day. Nope. GG's. No mace today either. Believers lose. Only 3 believers. Sorry, guys. Why does Gladiator as the tank hybrid have so much personal damage, but Chandler has a support hybrid doesn't? It all comes down to our DPS, OB. The thing is that Chandler provides a large amount of DPS buffs to the group, right? So a lot of its DPS wealth comes from buffing the rest of the group. Gladiator right now has 1 group buff with Life-Stealing Blade. I guess technically 2 if you count the blocking one. But the thing is, if you have a template in the group, it doesn't stack, right? That's mostly why. You just have more RDPS wealth and Gladiator has more ADPS wealth. And thanks for the follow, Taijin. Checking what gear is for the outfit of Draconic Benediction. That's crafted gear, or I'm going to need to use it, or I'll be able to skip it. Could you do the favor of checking what gear is for the outfit of Draconic Benediction? Sure. You mean that's probably the name of the set, right? Oh, that's I think that's Dark Dragon. I'm pretty sure, yeah. You mean this one, right? That's Dark Dragon, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I can check. The armor smithing, top. Yeah, that's Dark Dragon. Our characters so pretty. Thanks. It's all in-game skins, baby. Unintuitive, yeah. I mean, every class is just kind of like that iPony nowadays. Wanted to ask you a thing about the Salvation Stigma. Can you deactivate some of the specialisms of Stigmas? No, you cannot turn off specs on Stigmas, but Alex, it doesn't activate automatically. The wording is a bit weird, but basically, you mean this, right? You mean the spec that says triggers Salvation when afflicted with impact type skills, right? This doesn't mean that the skill automatically activates when you're getting stunned. It means that you are able to activate the skill yourself while stunned. So when you get stunned, the skill doesn't get grayed out and you're able to use it. That's what it does. Are we going to need to craft headgear not worth? Yeah, I mean, ultimately, as I said, you can just do all of this crafted in Season 1 with the gold, so this way the soul binds are easier to make, and when you finally upgrade into orange with the faded gear into Season 2, when you inherit, the soul binds are already going to be done, because doing soul binds on the orange gear is a pain in the ass, right? Got it? Yeah. I've never played Cleric before, but that's what I think from the launch. This guy's in high demand for endgame content. Mr. Bojax, right now, yes. I would say that Cleric is honestly very welcomed in PvE, in a group PvE. Alright, we have 1 hour before siege, so I guess I'll do some dodging. Get right into it. 50, bro. On this off. Day 658 of complaining about the fact that we need a proper stigma preset. Do the classes overview thingy? Like, you mean making a video that goes over everything? Yeah, I will. That is one thing that is in the pipeline for the global release. Obviously, it's probably going to be one of the last video I release before global comes out, because again, we just don't know what's going to be the state of the balance exactly that we're going to get on global, and also things are going to change until then. So yeah, I wish we get skill presets. We do have skill presets, it's just that right now we need an advanced stigma preset, especially on like support classes. We would craft full gold PvE gear in Season 1 and Season 2 orange gear and transfer into the gold into it. So iPony, as I said, like my plans personally is going to be first make the high level 70 crafted accessories, first thing, right? And I'm basically gonna be riding these accessories in PvE like until the end of time, because like even right now, even right this instant, you don't need more than that to clear PvE content, right? I'm probably going to upcraft it like the same I did to like demonic and crimson perhaps, right? Because it's gonna be cheap to do eventually, but you don't need more than that, right? I'm gonna make those, and then with the guaranteed craft of the season, I'm gonna be making the Ebony weapon. So this way I can make that without risking failing the craft, and I can slowly upcraft it into Horned Dragon over time, right? Depending on how they're gonna do the upcrafting progression stuff. And then once I have everything set up, I'm slowly gonna start making the Star Dragon armor. So this way I can get like all 5 soul binds properly once I have like extra soul bind stones from running Ludra and stuff. So this way, when Season 2 comes and we start running your Dramatas, your Cradle, your Hall of Illusion, so on and so forth, right? And we start getting the faded gear, which is eye level 108, I will be able to transfer my Star Dragon armor into that. And all 5 soul binds will already be covered without me having to redo them. Like that's kind of the logic here. And hello, Mr. 4K. Would that be a gear priority guide, like what to obtain weapon gear-wise early on? Yeah. I mean, basically what I just said, right? I'm gonna explain in video format and tell you how to go about that and why I'm gonna do that. There we go. Can I ask you what stigmas would you in group PvP? Bill, I want to see your opinion. As a cleric, I mean, it's mostly just purely support stuff, right? So if you have a Channer in the group, you're not gonna be running Earth's Punishments. But if you don't, you will run Earth's Punishment, and then for the rest, it's the run-of-the-mill. Like, again, if you don't have a Channer, then LOP and Salvation, Absolution, Benevolence, like all of the support stuff, right? If you're doing open world PvP, you can run Summon and Resurrection. If you're doing Battlegrounds, like basically it's LOP, Use-Steals, Benevolence, Absolution, Salvation, and Earth Punishment if you don't have a Channer, and if you do, you can run like Voice of Doom or Root or something, for, like additional support. Are you in Taiwan? Yes, I'm playing on Taiwan right now. I won't have a Chandra, then you will have to run LOP and Earth's Punishment. Because like in PvP, Power of the Storm is better than Earth's Blessing. So you don't have to run Punishment, but yeah. If you don't have one, then you might as well grab the free buff, right? Do you think Taiwan version will die after global release? Nah. There's barely any foreigners left on the Taiwan and Korea. They're not going to feel a thing. Like 95% of the players on the Taiwanese region are Chinese, and they're not gonna change. They're not gonna move. They don't have a reason to. Maybe some of them will go on the Japan servers just to fuck around, but nah, the majority are just going to stay on Taiwan. You didn't think so someday? Yeah, same, Rich. That is one thing I'm trying to advocate for. I keep nudging NC about it. Do you want to push stigma levels on our ults at the beginning, or we're gonna instantly spend AP to get skin of gear? The thing with stigma levels on your ult is that you're going to slowly progress over them, or over time with them, by just running Ascension Trials and dungeons with them, right? From the unstable stigma shards. Now, it's up to you if you want to progress them faster, if you want to like keep up with them faster in order to like, let's say, for example, like, if you want to be able to access middle resh off rip as soon as season 2 comes out, and like you want to keep up on both the gear and power to be able to run the high tier dungeons and so on and so forth as soon as they come out, you can spend some AP on those characters, but you're not going to be doing this with all of your ults, right? It's going to be like maybe 1 or 2 you're going to be doing this on. Anyone gave me a reason? Most people just, of course, Taiwan will die. Yeah, no, Taiwan is not gonna die, brother. Again, Taiwan is fucking 95% Chinese, and these motherfuckers are not moving. Like, foreigners are not the majority in Taiwan. Absolutely not. There's very few of us left. Very few. What's your opinion on Sork? It's overall really solid right now. Like, Sork is a really strong pick right now. Again, this is the usual disclaimer. Balance is a fickle thing, and the game gets updated every 2 weeks, quite literally, with like different balance changes. So, stonks for some classes are gonna rise, stonks for other classes are gonna like drop. But as of right now, Sork is overall a really strong class. The comment from me died because global for player went. Yeah, and these two are pretty much like the only ones. Like right now, right this instant, there's just like very little in the way of like global players playing on Taiwan. There's a couple, but they're not going to kill the game in Taiwan. Nowhere close. Not really, Ashtar, because you kind of don't really use those to farm corridors. Like, corridors is mostly just LMB, RMB, and you run in a circle for mini classes, right? Like, LMB, RMB is more than enough to farm corridors. But like when it comes to corridor investment specifically, you're not gonna need to invest into your ult particularly like a lot. Like most, dude, even my strongest ults have 0 stigmas right now, and I've been doing corridors with them like since the beginning. Why did I get hit by 6 at the same time? But like you genuinely do not need to invest anything into your ult if you just want to use them for corridors. It's gonna be more so a thing of like, I want to be able to keep up with this character with the latest content as well. Get more out of it for dungeons, right? Oh yeah, it should be fine. Oh. This one on the edge. Into dungeons to get clean out of it? Yeah. Like, if you want to do that, then yeah, sure. Although, if I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to the Season 2 dungeons, you don't even need a lot of power, to be honest, to be taken into them, because both Dramata and Cradle You can literally just like go in with the shittiest fucking ult of all time. You just go in, you open the Kibelisks, right, in private, and then you open the instance and you say that all of the TPs are already open and people are just going to hop in and carry your ass. Like, early on, ult investment is not that important. The only thing that's going to be somewhat important when it comes to ult investment is like how fast you're going to be able to enter middle resh to be able to do more corridors with that character, if that's something that you care about. Is the new content hard, by the way? Do you manage to pass the new instances? I mean, so far... So far now, the content isn't very difficult. Like, we just have... It's the same conquest and trial we've had since the release of Chapter 1, so it hasn't changed. The only new thing we have is the trial, which... doing the absolute highest level is going to require good DPS because of the enrage timer, right? So you're probably you're gonna need low ping basically to do that. And it's more punishing as well because there's no resurrection and everything one-shots you. If you actually like juice all of the affixes, right? Hello, Astro. But broadly speaking, it's something that you do once a week, and like even with my ping and my gear level, I'm able to do like level 15. I forget which instance have resurrection limits. Yeah, Sanctuary. Sanctuary and Trials are the two that have resurrection limits. Thanks for the follow, Drew. Dr. Poopy Pants, good name. Anyone here knows a Spiritmaster guide or build? There's not much in the way of those Sage TV, but if you ask on my Discord or community discourse in general, like people are going to be able to properly direct you towards what you need to do. Most classes kind of operate the same in the terms of like what they want to build for. Got my new PC coming next week, very cool. The res on boss and boss reset, res card reset, yeah, pretty much hash starts. So for Sanctuary, it's 2 resurrections. It's 2 resurrections per pull, right? And it resets if you wipe. And on Ordeal, aka the Trials, you can set either 2 resurrections, one resurrection, holy shit, or 0 resurrections. And it works the same. Is it important to do a base quest so I can skip those? I would say, I mean, it depends, right? But I would say doing them is, it's just part of like your weekly stuff, yeah. Because even if you don't care about getting AP and medals for the PvP gear, it's gonna give you some stuff that you can stealth for like a pretty penny, like asphalt bolts and metal boxes and so on and so forth. What's a good class to start with if I want to PvP and duel? Well, right now the 2 classes that are like top contenders for 1v1 PvP are Assassin and Gladiator. But obviously, as I said, balance is a thing that keeps moving, right? So yeah. Also, do keep in mind that AION2 is a PvE MMO first, and PvP is more of a like side thing that doesn't really give you anything in the way of like player progression and everything. And you will have to do PvE in order to progress for both. So just keep that in mind. I never bought any gold. I raised my ultimate. Yeah. What should I do with the rupture weapon selection? Book accessories back out that I got. They kind of don't matter. Just like grab the biggest piece while you're progressing to those. And if you already have gear that is better than them, like it doesn't matter. Just grab anything and then convert them into like soulbind stones and stuff like that, or transfer material depending on what you need. But I'm glad DC. I see. First of all, thanks for the awesome video. How will your main ults look like? I'm gonna make a mix of rangers, channers, and clerics, and I'm probably gonna make 7 characters to begin with. Extendable is worth it. Everyone use non-extendable weapons. Not really. Like honestly, if I speak for myself, I'm gonna be purely making non-extendable weapons on Google for both PvE and PvP. For both PvE and PvP. Like, it's obviously it's your prerogative to sacrifice DPS to get extendability if you want like the additional comfort of that, but you know. Did he fall off? Okay, no, never mind. We're good. You have no idea about PvP gear from start? I mean, the thing is, AION1 and AION2 are like fundamentally different MMOs. Like, AION1 is a sandbox PvP game, AION2 is a theme park PvE game, and this is just always gonna remain the case. People kind of have to like drill this into their skull. I got the plus 15 Song Endeavor from the past. Yeah, then just grab whatever from them and then turn them into either transfer mat or soulbind stones, depending on what you need. Mostly transfer mat, I would say, because like soulbind stones you get a bunch from just running sanctuaries. So it's not my idea seem good for PvP. Losing DPS doesn't. Yeah, I mean the thing is, extendables for PvP are actually pretty okay. But like, assuming they keep the same gear progression, like a Horned Dragon weapon is gonna be better than whatever like shitty extendable you can get in comparison to PvP, right? So yeah, and your end game PvP weapon has the option to be extendable as well if you want it. So yeah, but like I wouldn't invest into like a Ludro extendable or something, for example. I mean, you know, unless Horned Dragon doesn't come for a much longer time, in that case, Ludroid extendables could be worth just because of the raw stats on them, right? For some classes, but yeah. Doing Alta in the corridor farming department. Corridor farming, honestly, most classes are pretty even. Some classes are a bit better at doing it, obviously, like having a ranger character to do corridors, for example, is always going to be like a bit better, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. The difference is not going to be like that significant. What perspective on thing? Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Nothing in life is black or white. You know, everything has nuance, and it's important to like express that nuance on everything. Excellent. AP gear look a little bit strange, as it's better to have a few items each set to get more stats and top all set. Yeah, pretty much. Like, what you want to focus on is like set effects, right? Because these are the only additional PvP stats you're getting out of your PvP gear, right? So, I mean, I'm gonna be making guides on that, but broadly speaking, you're gonna want a mix of like Centurion. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this. You guys are gonna die. You're gonna want a mix of like Centurion and Tribunus to have a mix of the PvP bonuses, and you will want to upgrade your gear towards upkeeping these bonuses and working towards the next set of bonuses, right? So like starting with the 2-piece High Commander while preserving a 2-piece Centurion and an 8-piece Tribunus, like, you know, stuff like that basically. Because like the high grade of PvP gear don't actually give you more PvP stats. They're just high eye level, so the soulbinds are getting a bit better. Like the additional PvP stats comes from the set effects. Extendable is not as important in AION2 as it was in AION1. Yeah, pretty much. Let me do that sugar game real quick. What's the main draw of the game for you? Is just the IP. I mean, there's a bit of that, obviously, right? Because I have been playing... I played AION1 for like 15 years. But... to me, like, I've been playing MMOs for over 20 years, right? And it's just nice to have another MMO in the pool that is more like a traditional MMO that is actually competent. Because like, I mean, I would argue even more than that, but as of the last decade, at least, we haven't gotten a traditional MMO that has been this good. Like, nowhere close. You know what I mean? Like, the PvE is very competent, and it's only getting better. The game feels great. Progression is fun. Like, we haven't gotten something like that in a very, 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 very long time. So yeah. Can a Cleric, Templar, Ranger, Sorc tackle all 5 main content? Are there bosses where SM is needed to remove some buffs? Nah, there's nothing like that in this game. Also, SM is not the only class with a Dispel, by the way, but the Dispel is like pretty much purely a PvP thing in this game. But I mean, that group is fine, Alex. I would maybe substitute one of the DPS for a Channer. Because like, people really underestimate, like even right now people are saying, oh my god, Channer dead class 1 and so forth. They just don't see the full picture. Like, Channer still provides our DPS that is like honestly very reasonable. Like the buffs are still very valuable, especially to hit those caps early on with accuracy and crit. And the likes of Sprint Mantra helps a ton during prog. Like the additional movement speed you get from that is like a game changer. Same in PvP. And honestly, Channer is far from being completely worthless right now. People are genuinely over-exaggerating. I mean, as usual. On DPS, Mantra, full normal for DPS, get something on top. Yeah, pretty much. That didn't count. XD. 27 MMO, did you start that young? Yeah. I started MMOs when I was 11. And the funny thing is, I started with Final Fantasy 11. So. Special Templar. I mean, you'll be fine either way, right? It's just, I'm just giving my own take on it. We have 4 people who will play together. What 4 classes will be good to pick between us? I mean, honestly, if you just want to be able to run anything, like, always pick the Trinity, right? At least 1 healer, 1 tank, 1 DPS. If you're asking in the sense of like, what is the absolute ideal comp we could pick to be able to run anything, it's gonna be like Templar, Glad, Channer, Cleric, because this way you have the support core, and you're also allowed to split in 2 different groups in raids and still cover the Trinity, right? So yeah. 13 with Guild Wars 1, yeah. I mean, all of us are old. I mean, at the end of the day, right, I do have statistics for people who watch me, right? And the majority of people who watch me are like in their 30s. Because that's just the MMO genre, right? It's just more popular with people who have been writing MMOs in a long time. Started with Ultimate Online, the Dark Ages camera was first MMO, yeah. Like, the most committed MMO gamers nowadays are like in their 30 to 40s, pretty much. It is what it is, right? Unk channel, wow. In between Templar and Cleric right now, I would say is more needed better as a main class. The thing is, Taishin, every class is valuable in this game. There's no bad class, right? So it more so matters to like what archetype you fuck with the most. Like, one of those is a tank, one of those is a healer, right? One of those is melee, one of those is range. Now, there are some small details, like namely, if you care about solo PvP, for example, Cleric is not good for solo PvP, but it's fantastic for group PvP. So, yeah, you have to look at those nitty-gritties as well. I just want a shield. Well, I guess that's a common denominator, yeah. I feel called out. Yeah. We are all unks now. It's okay, chat. This is your safe space, you know? If you're actively losing your hair, it's okay. So is over half of the chat, statistically. I'm lineage 2, and that's there's some time in it. Yeah. Yeah, getting old. I am getting cold out, and I don't like it. Just go bold so you can't lose your hair. I mean, yeah, that's the strat. What do you think about Soul, Glad, and Ranger for DPS? Gladiator is a tank, right, Slevin? So if you want to just play a DPS and have no responsibilities, Gladiator is not the one, because you will be in situations where you will be the main tank, right? When it comes to Soul and Ranger, both are really solid overall. Like, as I said, there's no bad classes, right? So Ranger is a better open world farmer. Stork is a stronger DPS. Like, you will do more damage, right? But overall, it's like they're close to each other in terms of how they perform, right? They just do slightly different things for the most part. Right, back to Basilis. Siege in 1 hour as well. I don't need a voucher anymore. I was like 14 when I first played Silk Road Online. Yeah. I mean, they're just MMOs, right? Most of us have been in there for a while. And the genre doesn't get like that much fresh blood these days. There's a couple. There's no channel. Better question is, what do tanks really do except hold aggro? I mean, you do hold threat, right? But you do a bit more than that depending on the fight. Like, some fights are less tank intensive, but some fights, for example, like the boss is going to do dashes in your direction, right? And you're gonna, in some fights, you will want for the boss to aim, you will want to aim the dash in the right direction, right? And yeah, other than that, it's gonna be just group support. So like providing buffs to the group with your group. How involved is tanking in the game? I mean, there is, okay, the main thing if you are actively tanking is, as I said, you're gonna be doing kind of the same DPS rotation as a regular DPS, but you're also gonna be holding aggro and buffing the group, as well as, you know, moving the boss to the right location as much as you can. And you're also gonna have some side stuff, right? Like, so if you play Gladiator and Templar, for example, you will regularly need to use your force block on skills to trigger a block, to trigger a passive that buffs the group. You know, so there is some like slightly involved stuff that you need to do in order to like properly play the class. Can Cleric also fail as DPS? I mean, Cleric has the lowest DPS in the game, but that's not to say that the R DPS contribution of Cleric is negative, right? It's just that a lot of your DPS as a Cleric is also locked behind buffing a group, which means that having multiple Clerics in the group obviously negates that because the buffs don't stack. So one Cleric that, you know, is geared well, plays well, and buffs the group properly is going to have R DPS that is like maybe not quite to the same level as a DPS, but fairly close. And most support classes work like that. On top of, you know, healing and everything. You try playing Guild Wars 2? Guild Wars 2 is a game I skipped for a couple of reasons. Like, I usually have other games that I would rather play, and the one time I actually looked into playing it to go play with a couple of friends, the barrier of entry was like too big for the people I was playing with, because you needed to buy like $100+ worth of expansions like offer it. Is Cleric a good ult? To run dungeons, yeah, because on support classes people look a bit less at your gear to run dungeons, because obviously, like, if you play a DPS class, the only thing that you provide to the group is your DPS. So if your gear sucks balls, you are more likely to get rejected from groups, right? Which your gear is never going to be up to snuff on an ult. So if you play support, it's going to be easier to get in, because, like, as I said, a bunch of the DPS comes from buffing others. Like, there's other reasons to grab you, other than just like your raw damage output. So yeah. How many dungeons entries you get per day where you claim the rewards? Everything is like weekly based equilibrium. You do get some like extra recharge over time, but broadly speaking, per week, your main is gonna do like between, it's like 40-50 dungeons depending on the state of the game per week. And then your ults are gonna get, it's like 14-15 a week that you're gonna be able to do. And then overall, across your entire server, there is a diminishing return on the amount of dungeons that you can run. and get the full rewards, and that is capped at 83 dungeons a week. Now you can keep running them afterwards, but you're gonna get less, right? Which is not necessarily a good investment of your energy. Are there any dailies you have to do? Could you just not log in for days without missing out? The game is weekly based, so yeah. As long as you can play once per week, like, you're gonna be able to do what you need to do, and everything is pretty fast to do as well. Like, as I said, in terms of like how demanding, like how time intensive your weekly stuff is gonna be to be able to keep up on everything, it's gonna be 20 to 25 hours. So even if you're just a weekend warrior, you can just do that. Now, there are some daily quests that you can do. You can do like 5 dailies that just requires you to kill a couple of trash mobs in the open world that are really fast to do, but the rewards that they give you are pretty insignificant overall. So you can just skip them and you're not gonna miss out. Like me personally, I haven't really been doing them like at all. And the daily is only like once per server, so you're gonna be doing like, even if you do them, you're gonna be doing them on your main, and like that's it. Like 5-10 minutes a day, chop chop. These may be useful. Somebody saw some signs of an unstable shard. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's completely useless. I'm just saying that it's not really worth your time for the most part. Like, if you don't do them, you're not going to miss out, basically. But like the biggest thing from duties is going to be like getting a couple of soul shards as well as some keys. One, yeah. This guy's not moving. Great job, dude. You're gonna play on the one character, or do you have to pay ults? For the most part, for the bulk of it, you don't need ults. It's just that some side progression stuff, some horizontal progression stuff is going to greatly benefit from having some like really shitty ults in melee that you basically don't invest any time into on a weekly basis, but that's still nice to have. If you are curious about like the full extent of the utility of ults and everything, Dinmo, I released a video recently, like literally just a couple of days ago, that goes over absolutely everything in terms of like what an ult do, what you get from it, how much time you're going to invest into it, so on and so forth. So if you're curious about that, you should probably go check it out. Press Lost Ark, I'm tired of ults, that's why. I mean, it's nowhere near the level of Lost Ark. Like, it's nothing like that. Is it worth to level Sork now to try it without the sub? I mean, you can like do that to get a vague idea of how classes works and everything, right? Like I would say it's not a bad idea, but just keep in mind that obviously with hyping your mileage will vary, as well as like without gear and everything. The class is not going to feel the way it's going to feel when you actually play it. Is Cleric good endgame? Yeah, Cleric is solid. Like overall, Cleric is really good for group PvE. For solo PvE, it's fine. For group PvP, it's like arguably the best class in the game, but for solo PvP, it's the worst class in the game. So that's the one thing where Cleric falters a bit. Okay, I still have a bit of time, so let me just run some stuff on my Ranger. But like, if you're gonna be playing without the sub, which means you're not gonna get the growth stuff, right? I wouldn't recommend try harding at all. Like, you can just like get a character to level 45, dabble with it a bit, get accustomed to like some of the systems and stuff, but don't push it any further. Like, if you want to actually reach entry-level endgame and actually like try to fully understand the game and everything, you're gonna have to grab the sub and grab the catch-up mechanic that comes with it, because the catch-up mechanic is locked behind having the sub. Right, did I already make the energy stuff? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, okay. Oh, I do need to do ordeal. I guess I'll do that after siege, perhaps. 500. Like 50k. Brother, you're 450. Brother. I'll try another group. I'll try this. Yeah, sure. Is that growth stuff still active for new characters to get to 2.6? So you do have like a baseline growth thing that isn't attached to the sub that will get you to like around 2.6, yeah? But the actual growth thing that's going to get you all the way to level 50, get you like baseline stigma shots, some baseline progression, yeah, like your genius levels, etc., like this is locked behind having the sub. Into the game, do you have a ranger build by chance? No, I don't have build for any class right now. But broadly speaking, every class kind of functions very similarly. Of course you did that. I'm just gonna make my own group. I'm gonna do. And like, if you're wondering specifically about which passives and skills to work on, you can go on my Discord. You can ask, and either I will answer you after stream, or someone in Discord will happily answer you. What server are you on, Chromede? I'm on Nemon, ! server. To Cleric, it's kind of better. And Bro has the starter pack. Crazy work, honestly. Being full 20 with a Horn Dragon Mace, with the Splendor Horn Dragon Mace plus 25 is insane. Bro has 0 progression elsewhere. Yeah, no use skills. I mean, the pets look perhaps decent. Can't see which step. Yeah, some really baseline. No hourglass. 5-piece punishment is crazy. $750k normal mode? Are you lost, brother? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, bro is lost. Yeah. Always gamble. I guess. Some Sigma shards as well, perhaps. A couple. I guess I'll try these afterwards. Damage boost. Could be using those. How much are they? Wing price have fallen off, huh? Sadly, we need to wait until October to play the game. Yep, I'm right there with you. Like, you know, I mean, I've been playing on Taiwan for 8 months by now, but... You know... It's just a waiting room for me. I am very much waiting, like, looking forward to global. Like, having human ping, being able to interact with the community better. Like, I deadass haven't written anything in, like, the in-game chat in forever. Because, like... Even though there is an in-game translation function, right, that actually functions pretty well, the moment you type in English, these motherfuckers go wild. Like, the racism is a little crazy on Taiwan. Will it go early access? Probably, yeah, because, I mean, again, I do content creation, and the people I'm playing with will likely go on early access, so, yeah, because of that, I'm probably gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab one of the small packages, though. Second day of uninstall and want to play a game again? Yeah. I mean, ultimately, man, the game is fun, right? The game is fun, the game feels great to play, the content is fun. So I'm absolutely convinced that people who play this will be hooked. Now, that being said, season 1, not the best season, but you know. You're going to play on NA? No, I'm EU. I'll be playing on EU. Anyway, people can join early service 5 days too? Yeah. This up. Bro, we have both supports. Can we get some DPS up in this bitch? I'm gonna finish, yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. You can just, like, live the game vicariously through my stream, I guess. Game is fun once you get the systems down? Yeah. Are you going to be making a guild on the EU? I won't. Like, the thing is, legions in this game are more so, like, glorified friends list, right? There's not much of a point in making community legions or anything. And I honestly can't be bothered dealing with, like, people's petty drama and everything. So I'm just going to be playing my game on my side, and when it comes to interacting with my community, like, Discord is honestly more than enough. Like, Discord, Twitch chat, that's more than enough. So no, I won't be making a community legion. Salary, how the... Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to the early access packages, they should have like a month of sub, bare minimum, right? It's just a shame that they just kind of, for some reason, forgot to at least include that, but, you know. Ultimately, just grab the cheap package and then buy the shit that you care about, whether it's the sub or like other cosmetics. And for most people, it's probably just going to be better to wait for the full release servers. Do legions get you anything here or just community? It's just community stuff. Like, there are some perks, namely, you can have a legion hall, which makes it more convenient for your crafting benches, but you don't even need a legion. Like, you can make your solo legion and rent the boat for yourself, and it's not particularly expensive anyways. So there's that. And they have mentioned that later on they're going to add some casual content for legions. But it's not going to be anything that's going to be forcing you into a legion, right? Like, this game is never going to be a GVG game, like, never. This is a faction game, and legions are, like, not important. Aren't early access servers going to be a disadvantage long term? I mean, Warfire to some extent, right? Because the thing with the early access servers is they're going to get invaded by tourist content creators that will play the game for 2 weeks and then drop the game, right? And they're gonna have like communities that are going to follow them and do the same, right? Which means that on the servers while that happens, there's gonna be a huge like void left in the community after like a month, right? And also there's gonna be obviously a larger portion of people who are willing to spend into the game, like a larger portion of whales, which means that the market is going to be more inflated, right, by extent. So early on, that's not necessarily going to be relevant, but then afterwards it's going to depend on like how fast they open up the markets and everything to like all of the different servers, which my running theory is that it's probably going to take them 1 season to do that, so maximum 2 months. And as long as as long as like within season 2 they do open up the servers, it's gonna be more than enough. Like it's not gonna be problematic. So the only thing that you're gonna have to care about is whether you care about the fact that your server is gonna be sweatier because there's gonna be more whales, there's gonna be more veterans, and so on and so forth, right? But then again, you can also use that to your advantage as a quote-unquote more regular guy, in the sense that because there's gonna be more people willing to spend, you're gonna be able to sell them your Kina early on for like insane amounts, because these motherfuckers will just swipe regardless, right? So you're gonna be able to just farm Kina at the beginning and make bank on Kuna, to be able to like pay your battle passes until the end of time, or to be able to reinvest them into Kina once the market actually equalizes. So, you know, there's some pros and cons. There's some pros and cons to everything. And thanks for looks out. But broadly speaking, I think the whole early access like thing is not gonna... It's not gonna matter. Taking throne about early access will skip this one. Yeah, I mean, I think that's valid. We are full. Please press ready. There we go. I did that in Lost Ark and didn't have to buy any cash up currency like 4 months after launch. Yeah, exactly. Like there are pros and cons, and broadly speaking, it's not going to particularly negatively or positively impact the game, right? It's just going to be there, right? And if you want to interact with it, you can. If you don't, you don't, and it's not going to impact you in any way, shape, or form. As a player who's going to buy Battle Pass sub but won't will for Kina, where would be best for me to go early access or so? So I'm going to swipe. It's honestly going to be worth it for you to just like buy real money to begin with, and then just invest your early Kina into getting Kuna. To be able to just buy everything without spending anything later on, right? So early access might be better suited for you. But that's only on the condition that you don't care about being on a more sweaty server with people that are going to know more about the game, and people that are going to be more willing to spend into the game early on, right? Early access servers actually cost $35 and twice up anyways. Yeah. I mean, like, ultimately, that's what I said about the early access, right? When it comes to the early access servers, because there is a cost tied to playing on them, a lot of players, even if you look like on a pragmatic side, those 5 days are not going to matter at all. Like with it, like a month after launch, whatever advantage or like early progression anyone's going to get on those early access servers is going to be completely dissipated, right? And even if you want to look at it on like a pragmatic way, if you just simply don't buy the early access package, right? And you get FOMO on the whole, oh my god, but they're gonna get 5 more days to get their old setup, maybe a bit more dodge and energy. Like, if you just go into early access and like a month after the game came out, you spend the same amount of money that the early access would have cost, so like, you know, between 30 to 100 bucks, and invest that into Kina, you're gonna get more out of it than the early access ever will be, right? So just don't worry about it. Just focus again on whether you want to play on a server that's going to have more sweaty people or not, and like whether you care about playing the game 5 days earlier or not. Don't be afraid about FOMO, because there's no FOMO here. And if you're like, oh my god, but the people are going to have more intel on the game because they're playing 5 days earlier, like, brother, Korea and Taiwan was the actual early access. Anyone who wanted to get intel on the game have been doing so for the last 8 months. Early access is irrelevant. I only bought early access because I'm desperate to play, and that's fine. That is a valid reason. Back to AION2. Yeah, exactly, Steven. That's the thing, right? When you have a slot, can I join my ranger? I'm in troll. Yeah. I don't mind. Normal mode is easy. early access just to keep more whales, but at the same time veterans probably early access. Yeah, I mean the early access servers will have more whales and will have more veterans. That's pretty much 100% guaranteed. And you also run the risk of, as I said, the typical like tourist MMO content creators that just play the game for 2 weeks and then drop it. And they're gonna bring communities with them that are going to clog the servers. And when they leave, that community will leave with them, which means that they're gonna be left. Basically, they're going to be left. Like the servers are going to be left with like holes in them because of that. And again, it's not necessarily going to matter long term, but it's going to depend on how fast the servers open up. Yeah, sticks. It's basically just like a safeguard in case you get like multiples of something that you don't need. Which, I mean, you probably eventually will. Like across an entire set, those vouchers are actually quite handy. Like I can tell you I'm missing one piece on my main right now. And I already have the tickets and the vouchers, I just don't have the transfer materials. I'm just waiting to see if I can have it naturally. In TNL there was some sensor used into account. Yeah. In AION2 it's different. You're not going to be able to farm premium currency. You're not going to be able to farm premium currency to get a head start to get that premium currency on the full release servers, because the premium currency is tied to the server itself. Any kuna that you farm on the early access servers will not be available on your full release server. Is Cleric... Good rollback. Is Cleric hard to play? No. I wouldn't say any class in this game is particularly difficult to play. Every class kind of boils down to the same bread and butter, and then you have like some sort of like, you know, shtick that the class itself does. Like Cleric has healing spells, Templar and Gad are gonna have like group buffs, DPS classes are gonna have like their own little quirky thing, like SM has the pets, Ranger has like a charge skill that keeps resetting, as well as marking shot, like so on and so forth. Will be worth doing soul binding right away in first season, or is best waiting? Not really, Mr. 4K. Like I said earlier, you will want to get your baseline soul bind, so think combat speed, movement speed, those, right? And then you're going to want to wait until you start clearing Sanctuary to do the other ones, because Sanctuary will give you a large amount of soul bind materials, right? So with those, it will be interesting to rebuild them. But doing something like investing into a bunch of gold to like try and brute force getting perfect soul binds early on, don't bother with that. And also don't bother trying to brute force to get your 1% soul binds and everything. Like just wait to get them naturally, because getting them early is not going to allow you to clear anything faster. Like the season one content is going to be very easy and will not require you to even remotely try with your stats. You think early access will have more whales? Or thinking I mean, Alex, the thing is, inherently early access will have more whales, just because early access has a paywall, right? So someone who is willing to dunk 30, 60, $100 on an early access package is probably going to be more likely to be willing to spend money early on to buy Kuna, right? I'm basically just putting two and two together, right? I mean, there's going to be whales everywhere, but early access is going to have people that have already shown they are willing to do that. Season 1, you need to focus on combat mode. Yeah, like, again, as I said, the baseline ones, right? So combat speed on gloves, movement speed on boots, damage tolerance on legs, damage boost on chest piece, and critical damage boost on shoulders, right? Like these are going to be the ones, and for the rest, you just write whatever you have. And that's going to be more than enough to clear the entirety of the season 1 content. For the rest, like, invest your money into getting your crafted shit. Because that's going to like have a bigger impact rather than rolling your like extra passes and stuff like that. Like wait until you get your main source of soulbind mats, which is going to be like your sanctuaries and stuff. Oh, dude. There's much Kina to be sold for them to buy on early access. Why wouldn't that be, Alex? Obviously, like there's going to be a high demand, but that's just going to mean that the prices are going to be inflated. It doesn't mean that people will not be doing it. You know what I mean? Is there any battle passes or anything else that would greatly help progression? There are battle passes, and I would say out of those battle passes, one of them is somewhat worth it, which is the one that gives you more dungeon energy. But if I'm gonna be honest, Mr. Cytronic, I haven't been buying battle passes, and you know, I haven't been missing them particularly. Now, if currency conversion on global is like not complete dog shit the same way it is on Taiwan, then I'm gonna be grabbing them for Kina, right? The main problem is that the Taiwan economy is so rotten because of RMT that the currency conversion rates are horrible, which means that you need to spend more Kina to get the Kuna to get the battle pass than the battle pass actually gives you in return, right? So which is why I haven't been buying them. And I'm not really willing to spend any more money than just paying for the sub right now on Taiwan, so that's why I'm only sticking to the sub. Would it say Star Dragon accessories are better than the idle fun accessories you get from the Growth Pass? Yep, they are. Which is why in my Taishin I have a post-growth guide on my YouTube channel that basically focuses on like your progression after you have finished the Growth Pass. And I recommend getting the baseline Star Dragon accessories, like the level 76 ones. Replace the growth ones and just like transfer into them. Because they do, you lose eye level, but you gain actual player power and combat power by using them. You guys videos about macros? Nope. I'm probably gonna do that for the global release though, but right now I don't have anything like that. And like, broadly speaking, if you have questions about stuff like this, you can just ask them on my community Discord, and people will typically drop you like whatever macro is trendy at the moment. Still pro. I don't know, we're good. Yeah, I mean, DPS is not the best, but it's fine. As long as the boss fucking dies, you know? Fine by me. I have to change your clothes now, my lord. What do you mean? Also, Hero Alte. Ah, I see. You're putting the helmet back on. I see how it is. What did it drop? Just DPS classes, that's okay. That is okay. How are you? I'm doing alright. How about you? There you go, Sticks. I was about to say I have a slot now, but you were ready. Bing chilling right now? Big same. I just have to keep an eye out on the siege stuff. Siege is gonna be in 20 minutes. Oh me. How much energy do I have left actually? I mean, this one is regular, right? Yeah, it's 80, so I got it like 6 or something. Do you have an up-to-date Cleric macro on the Discord posted? I mean, again, as I said, you can just like go on the Discord and ask, and someone will answer you. But I can also just show you my Cleric macro. Like, the thing is, again, because I have high ping, like my macro is tailored to my needs, right? And my Cleric macro is very baseline. I just have a skill slot set up to have Earth's Punishment, Chain of Torment, Debilitating Mark, and Condemnation in this order, right? And I have a mouse macro that spams LMB. And basically my mouse macro like spams LMB and uses the in-game macro. So basically I'm just weaving LMB in between those, right? And then anything that is like buffs, heals, so on and so forth, I'm just using manually. What's your ping on Taiwan? 200. Just basic sub plus battle pass with Kinepart, yeah. That's what I've been running Cytronic. Now obviously if you're really like on global, I can tell you I will be grabbing the premium energy pass. I will be doing that. But on Taiwan, even just doing the sub only with nothing else, it's been pretty easy to keep up. Why do I purchase Kuna? It's in the sugar shop. So the default bind is H, and then I think the Kuna, the tab is red called Kuna, right? Oh, I never swipe, so I don't fucking know. But yeah, Kuna shop. It's this. Ping 200 ping rangers. You can counter animation on both hands. Yeah. Yep, and that's why I'm playing Cleric. You're talking about early access already, just want to pick one. Yeah, I mean, no problem. I mean, again, like, if you have any questions about the game, like, I'll be very happy to answer them. And for the rest, I will be making guides about just about everything. Like, as I said, on the back end of August, leading into September, I will be releasing a bunch of guides about everything, like early progression, early systems, task choices, and everything. I'm just waiting to make all of those in the event with that anti-self like changes systems before I make them, because I just don't want the guides to be like useless on day one, right? And yeah, I do already have a bunch of stuff, a bunch of guides already made that are, you know, not necessarily completely up to date, but they're mostly enough to get an understanding of those things. And for the rest, I have like content guides for just about fucking everything. And I will be making guides for stuff that I haven't covered. Before the game comes out. Namely the Season 1 dungeons. Although, I'm guessing I'm just going to make like normal mode guides because, like, the thing with the hard modes is they release them on the back end of Season 1, so they're not really tailored for the early progression, right? So I'm assuming we won't have the hard modes off rate, so I'll just make normal mode guides and just update them later on if needed. Rip that guy. Is the mouse macro allowed? Yes. And I personally use mouse macros to some extent. Like, as I said, I use mouse macros to supplement the in-game ones. To just like hold my my auto attack button to just like weave in between the regular macro. Actually, yeah. I mean, hard mode has some additional mechanics, right? But I don't want to like, you know, make a guide about something that most people will not even do, right? Like early on, the normal modes will matter more. Or maybe I can like put an addendum, I guess. Say, oh, when you do hard mode, these will be the mechanics. How do I improve? And I'll spend on iron would be. I mean, yeah, as I said, Cytronic, it depends on you as an individual, obviously, right? But on the baseline level, if you're able to, like, as I said, play around 20 hours a week, you're gonna be able to do more than enough to be able to do the hardest PvE content on day one, which is the progression that you get, as well as have like some really decent PvP progression if you care about that. Because, and the reason why I'm saying this is because that's what I've been doing on Taiwan. Like I've been playing between 20 to 25 hours a week, and that's verifiable, right? All of my playtime is televised. Like basically, I really only play the game when I'm streaming, because I'm spending the rest of the time either like, you know, dealing with real life stuff or making content, right? And I've only been paying for the sub, no battle pass, no extras, and I've been able to do exactly what I'm saying. So that's about as verifiable as it is. I'm not pulling those out of my ass, right? That's one left. 49. I still have time to do one more. Progression. When do you think it's the best time to invest into your PvP set? The best time to invest into your PvP set is when you give a shit about it. And once you feel comfortable with your PvE gear and you feel like what you have going for you on the PvE side is enough to cover like the next step of PvE content. Like in that point, if you want to invest into your PvP gear a bit, go for it. If you give a shit about it. Is it worth transferring to Basilius gear while waiting for level heart? If you mean from your growth set into Basilius, you can. It's gonna be a very minor upgrade that is going to cost you transfer material. If you don't mind spending the transfer mat, considering you will need a lot of transfer mat to inherit into orange gear, right? Then that's for you to decide. Yeah. On to PvP from day one. I'm afraid I can't keep up with PvE and PvP set. I mean, the thing is, PvP on day one is a waste of time, right? It's a complete waste of time. Like, unironically, it's just a waste of time because everyone's going to be a trainee and there's not going to be any progression tied to it from the beginning, even on the PvP side. Like, even if you care about PvP, your PvE progression will be what you need to focus on early on, because that is what is going to make you pull ahead in terms of like the amount of medals that you get early on through world bosses and sieges, right? That's going to be your PvE progression. So I understand like the fun aspect of, oh, I want to do PvP day one. I want to spend 10 hours in the abyss on day one and just like kill people and stuff. But if I have to tell you from a pragmatic point of view, it's just a waste of time. Are the equalized battlegrounds accessible whenever we want? Or they are restricted. There's 2 time windows every day in which you can apply, and you can only get rewards for 3 victories per week. Crafted PvE set is better than PvP set. If you're talking about Horn Dragon, yes, but we don't know if we're gonna have that from day one, and it's not gonna be something that's gonna be accessible from day one, anyways. But yes, even in terms of like how efficient PvP equipment is, not all of it is going to be worth it, especially when you're talking about stuff like weapons, right? But don't get it mistaken though, like on the long run, PvP gear is absolutely stronger than PvE gear. For PvP specifically. If game balance will be same, you need to have time to kill each other, yeah. Isn't any PvE set better because of the PvP set debuff for PvE? Yeah, you need a PvE set to do PvE. And that also includes doing the Abyssal World bosses, right? That is just straight up a fact, right? But the argument here is with the PvE gear and PvP, right? And well, it's gonna be fine at the beginning, right? Long term, if you do care about PvP, you will want a PvP set, obviously. But yeah, it really doesn't matter because again, PvP as a whole just doesn't give you meaningful player progression outside of its own self-contained PvP progression, which doesn't matter in like even within the context of PvP. It doesn't matter in like the majority of the PvP content and the PvP progression as well. I don't know that code. If you wanna go for crafting in season 1, better to focus on crafted PvP set. Yeah, I mean, as I said, right, that's why I'm going to be focusing on my crafted equipment early on, because both for PvP and PvE progression, getting those done is going to be like priority, and it's going to be like going to give you the most return on investment. That's also something like that for large scale. There are artifact sieges, which are not castles. If you just like fight over a boss to gain control of an artifact, but they have said that we will get more involved siege content later on. When? I don't know, but it's gonna be coming. What Templar like at PvP? It's alright. It's solid. It has some weak points in the sense that it doesn't have very significant single target burst, and it doesn't have anti-heals, right? So it can struggle to get kills in 1v1 in some specific matchups, but overall it's pretty solid. Like it has great CC, great mobility. It's still able to, like, you know, get good combos going, but yeah. And for group, it's great because it provides a lot of like meaningful buffs to the group. What better to try craft first? Guard accessories. Guard is the last thing you're gonna craft. You're not even going to craft a guard on season 1. You're gonna craft your accessories first, and then your weapon. And for the guard, you're just going to settle with dungeon and sanctuary. Oh, whoops, getting a bit too close. And you'll wait until season 2 to be able to make more guaranteed crafts, because assuming they keep the same shtick with the breath items for the guaranteed crafts, you're only gonna be able to make one guaranteed craft in season 1, right? And you're gonna want this guaranteed craft to be your weapon specifically, not your guard, because the weapon is gonna be a better long-term investment to make first. Templar is the only tank? No, Gladiator is also categorized as a tank, although it's a bit more DPS leaning one. Another question, like voice of doom damage can be removed with healing potions, the damage part, or just healing reduction. All of the secondary effects are just counted within the same debuff. So it includes the dot, the healing reduction, the crit res reduction, like all of it is in the same debuff. So if you pot it, you remove all of it. What's that in PvP? I don't only Templar was a tank. Gladiator is currently one of the strongest class for 1v1 PvP. It's solid for group PvP as well. But do keep in mind that, again, balance keeps changing, right? So it's true right now, could be different by the time Global comes out. Do you think one of the best things to do is just rush 45 to the daily play, not 45s? I mean, you're gonna want to get all of your dungeon ult to level 22 on day 1, because you don't start gaining the dungeon energy until you reach level 22 and unlock the first dungeon. So you're gonna want to get all of your ult to level 22 to start like getting that energy, and then get your main to 45, get it settled to be ready for the first siege on the Saturday, and then go back to grind your ults to 45 to be able to like start doing the corridors that you unlocked. After doing the PvP set is the one. Yeah. Like PvE progression is like king in this game. You will want to progress on the PvE first and foremost, and like even if you never make a PvP set, you will never be locked out of anything on the PvP progression side. Like, nothing. Your PvP set is really only there if you care about being able to hold your own in 1v1, right? That's it. It's more of a, you know, it's more of a side progression thing that you do for fun, rather than like your actual bread and butter in this game. And healing potions have 10-second cooldown? Yes, they do. And they remove 2 debuffs, assuming you have the crafted one. Okay, there's a small scale PvP god at the moment, yeah. I mean, Assassin is also really strong. Overall, there's a bunch of classes that are pretty good, but Gladiator or Assassin are honestly at the top, yeah, for 1v1. They are positioning Brawler as a DPS. Yeah, Brawler is a DPS. It's a frontal DPS, which really confused everyone when they announced it. Focus on PvP. Yeah. That's pretty much what you want to do early on. Like, you just focus your resources into PvE progression and your AP into getting Steamer Shards, and then you just start grinding medals for your later PvP progression, right? So you're going to be able to catch up on your PvP progression later on, even if you care about it. You never used the stagger skill? It's a DPS loss. At least at high ping, but I'm pretty sure it's just a DPS loss overall. Does perfect dodge give you any kind of buff? No, it's just to ignore. You just ignore damage, CC, and everything. You just completely ignore the skill. And yeah, like, using PvP gear and PvE is not going to be profitable. Like, the thing is, can you technically clear the PvE content with your PvP gear? Yes, but you're going to have penalties of damage. And because of that, people are just not going to take you into groups if you have PvP gear. Because why would they, right? They can just wait 3 seconds to get someone that has PvE gear over PvP. It will perform, like, significantly better. We said, yeah, like, your resources are also gonna get stretched, yeah. But it's gonna be difficult to keep up with enhancing both at the same time, especially early on. Which is why I'm saying focus on PvE, and then you can start doing work on your PvP set once you are comfortable with the state of your PvE set. But just always make sure that your PvE set is always up to snuff and that you don't fall behind on it. To be able to do, like, the upcoming content, right? Don't look at the current content, look at the thing that's coming next in PvE. Before you start investing into any amount of PvP gear. You have only AoEs healed on a single target. You do have single target heals, but they automatically target the lowest health group member within range. And the other one. I mean, I'm just gonna stay here. Fine. Probably dead from that. Ooh, close. Oh, wait for the dot. The gold one. He said I mean, the thing is, having a PvE set is not going to stop you from doing PvP, right? It's just that in a 1v1 scenario, if you are matched against someone that has PvP gear, you're going to be at a disadvantage, right? But just think of how often that's going to happen, especially early on. If you just want to do like sieges and Zerg PvP and just do your weeklies and so on and so forth, you will never have any problem doing those, even with PvE gear. And there's not going to be any meaningful progression that will be locked behind you having a PvP set, even in PvP, right? It seems like we've been, yeah. And like, if you really care about it, you can get some PvP accessories to begin with, right? Especially as an assassin, and that's going to be more than enough to nuke people down. And these are, they're going to be pretty cheap to get. We might be dead on that because that was really fucking slow. Yep. Why are people missing stacks so much? Like, it's so easy on normal mode. AION2. I need these guys too. Yeah, people are leaving because of siege, right? Yeah, whatever. I guess I'll just go again afterwards. I gotta go do the siege. I mean, that's true only to some extent, Ashtot. Like, depends on the slot. But yeah, you're not gonna be defenseless or anything, especially early on. Cross 22 with Sabonne? Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously early on, you're mostly going to focus on like... As I said, you're going to focus on Diamond 2 early on, so plus 17, right? But I mean, long term, yeah, it's not that difficult to get. It's just part of the natural progression. I mean, we only got lower that last time, so let me check the state of lower. How many old characters do we need for on early access day 1? Arm space, I have a video on old characters, if you're curious about... If you're curious about exactly what making ults is going to get you overall. Because the answer really depends on what you're trying to do, right? Most people will do 3, some people will do 7, and what people are going to do with those ults is going to widely vary, depending on exactly what they want to do. Res within dungeons, or some clerics are worth looking at. I mean, this day and age, Alex, we have 6 Stinger slots. So you just kind of have the space to run it, right? There's not much of a reason not to. Hello, Miranda. What's the sweet spot for ults? Well, again, as I said, for the majority of the people, it's going to be 3 ults. 3 ults with like some baseline investment to do corridors and Ascension Trial, and run dungeons on a couple of these. Hi, dude. Hello, knock one. I don't really see anyone. I guess I'll go to middle rush. There's just fucking no one right now. Brother. Elias Vasil is so cooked, like 10 years versus 500 Ismo. Yeah, the server states are a bit confusing because of the server transfers. Like the next week is gonna be interesting. But I guess I can just like camp here. There's a couple of people here. Not sure about casting Resurrection, brother. I don't know what that was about. Don't have any reason to go to the Abyss. No, there are reasons, like sieges, world bosses, weeklies. There's a bunch of reasons to go to the Abyss, but the majority of it is PvP progression specifically. If you're a purely PvE player, like anything that has to do with the Abyss or PvP is completely optional to you. Like, I would still recommend you do it baseline because there are some stuff where it's going to make it easier to get Stigma Shards, and some people here as well. It's going to be easier to get Stigma Shards, and there's going to be some stuff that you can like turn into Keenerite. The item of AION2 one. This is my PvP set, so obviously it's slower. Like, this is my PvE set. It's not the highest. It's not the highest that you can get, but I'm basically already ready for the next raid that's going to come out in like a month plus. And my PvP set is now, I haven't been keeping up too much with it, but it's like honestly very reasonable for the current state of progression. It's enough to get my shit done. 830 is good for sub only. Yeah, it's more like 850, but I just changed my genus, and it's half empty right now. Gonna start on global. Well, we have 6 on Taiwan right now, but we don't know how many we're gonna get on global. It's gonna be either 4 or 5, most likely. I'm banking on 5. It's probably gonna be 5, but yeah, I don't. Not entirely sure, honestly. I guess I'll just buff up and do this solo. No one's recruiting, so whatever. Exclusive Doom. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, also let me do this. Guys, lose your mind. Oh, there's more people now. On the same server? Oh, there you go. Yeah, everyone's showing up now. 10 seconds before. I'm lagging a bit. Oh, that's fine. 2 gold. Pretty good. Any page form for guild recruitment? I think they're going to set up stuff on the official Discord close to the release, but I think they said they're not doing it right now. A few times, yeah. 3 gold, not bad. I mean, considering I'm solo, you know, I'm almost getting platinums even solo. So. Middle is also over. Yeah, this is the Abyss Siege, yeah. Alright, did we get anything on middle? Probably not. Yeah, nah, okay. Alright, I'll do my corridors until the world bosses. So what's the status of my seasonals for my next platinum? Huh? I can get more gold on this. This one is 3 more sieges, so next week. Okay, so this next boss is going to be 1 plat. So yeah, I'm gonna get my High Commander cape today. What do the world boss drops? These tokens, right? And then these tokens, you can convert them into metal boxes. Like, broadly speaking, all of the Abyss activities is like AP and medals. Is kind of the bread and butter of what it gives you. For PvP equipment. When do world bosses appear in the Abyss? So... Nama appears on Fridays and Sundays at 10 server time. And the middle world bosses, like the mid-tier ones, appear half an hour after Siege. So the next one is going to be 18 minutes from now. 10 PM, yes. And then Argos is every 12 hours in the lower abyss. And Kyra has a chance to spawn every hour. What are you playing to main on global? Probably Templar. Did they announce how much is the early access? Yeah, they did. Like there's 3 packages and it's the usual stuff, right? So it's $30, $60, $100. Quick questions. Do you ever notice micro stutters when you're fighting something for the first time? Yeah. When I launched the game, when it's the first time I do a dungeon or something, like I have some stutters, and then it doesn't stutter anymore for the rest of the day. The Kina you loot here is bound? Nope. No. All of the Kina that is looted in the Abyss is unbound and uncapped. Which I kind of hope they will change, because it kind of favors bots, but you know. Level 25 stigmas got added with level 50 cap? Yes. Like, these won't be on global release. Like, this is chapter 1 stuff. Same thing with the 6th stigma slot. Yeah, shader compiling is to blame here. Why are you going Templar? Because I want to play a support adjacent class that still is going to perform well in 1v1 PvP. Brother. Yes, so one classic. Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing Templar because I played Templar on EU Classic. Like, I played everything on AION1, right? It's just... It's basically between Chanter and Templar for me right now, but I already know that the group I'm going to be playing with already have a Chanter player, so yeah. That's why I'm probably going to be playing Templar. No more Cleric on Global? Nope. It's not that I... Oh my god. It's not that I particularly dislike Cleric. It's more so that Cleric doesn't offer what I want to do. I still want to be able to do 1v1 PvP competently, and Cleric just doesn't offer that right now. Does Templar perform good in PvP? Yeah, it's kind of in the middle of the pack. It's fairly decent. It's not the best, not the worst. It's okay. Which is good enough for me. I don't need to be playing the strongest class. I just need to play something that can do sort of PvP, which yeah, Cleric is just not the one for that right now. At least no. Yeah. Every class is very streamlined for that. In Tyrant, is the Cleric usually a class that's in short supply? Not really. Like, Cleric is always going to be the most popular support archetype, right? What is the strongest class? Assassin? For 1v1 PvP, it's between Glad and Assassin. I would say Glad is probably a bit stronger overall. But yeah, that's right this instant. Obviously balance is always subject to change, so. So like the most popular classes are always going to be Gladiator, Ranger, Cleric. There's never going to be any shortage of these, right? Like, it's just popular archetypes in MMOs in general. Especially in a game like AION2 where playing a healer doesn't like fuck you in the ass when it comes to your solo performance, solo progression. Because every class does the good DPS, every class has a DPS rotation, right? Like, AION2 is just built better. I believe you forgot Sork. Yeah, Sork is also really good. Sork is not the most popular class by far. Like, the mages are never going to be the most popular. I server rank first. Oh, glad, yeah. Glad in Abyss is not very good when many players. Doesn't matter. Large scale is not something that is relevant in terms of PvP. Right now, right? Because, like, I mean, you just saw, right? Siege is like, it's a 5-minute event where you're just targeting a boss. Like, sure, in actual large-scale PvP, melees have a harder time. But there's no large-scale PvP that where, you know, you're getting anything out of it. So in terms of progression, it actually doesn't do it. It doesn't do anything. Like, in the rare scenarios where you are fighting over a boss, which happens very rarely, sure, maybe, but the thing is, all of the rankings for the medal rewards are class-based, right? And because of that, if you are struggling, the other people of your class are also struggling. Which means that fundamentally it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm on PvP, yeah. AION2 should be fairly easy to balance since character progression and variation is basically 0. I mean, kinda, yeah, like, every class kinda builds towards the same stuff, right? So, yeah. Like, the game is very balanced when it comes to PvE overall. Do you think it's worth just rushing level cap, ignoring all the Seal Legends and feathers? You're gonna do the ones that you have on your path, right? Like, the feathers are basically gonna auto-complete by just grabbing the ones on your path. And then Seal Dungeons, yeah, personally I'm gonna do the ones that I run into, but otherwise I'm gonna wait until I'm max level. How's Cleric on hyping? It's the best class for hyping overall. Because it's the one that is the least reliant on its personal performance, like raw DPS performance, right? Because like a lot of your DPS comes from buffing the rest of the group, which means that what actually matters in the end is what you provide to the group. That's a bit much, actually. Gold plus range is a bit much. And you also need it for like more supporty stuff, so like healing and so on and so forth. So yeah, people just don't only look at that, basically. How's the DPS classes compare in PvE? Any outliers? So, when it comes to the fights where DPS actually matters, so stuff like Sanctuaries, like the longer fights that last for more than 3, 5, 6 minutes, right? All of the DPS classes are pretty close to each other in terms of their DPS performance, like within 5%. On short fights, some classes are much better because they are burst based, right? Like Assassin, for example, when it has its buffs up, it has really high DPS. But then when it's waiting for its buffs to come back, it does Z DPS, right? Which over the course of a long fight evens out to perform about the same, right? But let's say like on a short 30-second to 1-minute dungeon fight, Assassin is gonna spike much higher than other classes, right? So that's why it's standing at. Has Sork any group buffs, debuffs like Ranger? None of the DPS have group buffs, debuffs. All of them are personal. Yeah, rigged. It is what it is. Is there a log page for AION2 where I can see rotations? Every class kind of boils down to making a macro for your bread and butter that kind of plays itself, and then having like a couple of like 3-4 contextual buttons, like for your charge skills and specific buffs that you don't necessarily want to use all the time, and so on and so forth. I'm thinking to choose between Gladiator, between Chanter or Gladiator. Is better in the long run. I mean, it depends on what you want to play, Dimitri. Like, do you want to play a more supporty class, or do you want to play a tank? What is the context of the content that you want to do? Because every class is viable for everything. It's just that they're going to offer slightly different gameplay, and some of them are going to be slightly better at specific stuff than others, right? I think I did all three, right? Are we doing the middle boss? I mean, I hope we are. I'll go have a look at how bad it is. I'll just... well, that's already pretty bad looking, isn't it? So this one's a no-go, that's for sure. Actually, I don't know what class to choose for EU, Gladiator, Assassin. Can you help me? I mean, same thing for you, asshole. Like, Gladiator is a tank, Assassin's a DPS, right? Both are really good for 1v1 PvP. One of them is maybe slightly stronger, but they both offer slightly different things, right? But both are really strong picks, so yeah. Unless you can provide me a bit more information, like... yeah, both are fine. Oh god. Bro, they're camping everywhere. What the fuck? Do we have no one left on Nemon or something? Is it easy to get healer tanks and groups when playing DPS? I mean, there's no shortage of those in Taiwan. Obviously, as a DPS, maybe you're going to struggle getting into groups a bit more if your gear isn't completely up to snuff, right? But broadly speaking, it hasn't been problematic. Like, the biggest problem is finding people competent enough to be running some content, you know what I mean? Oh boy. Oh god. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a middle boss. I used to play Chanter 9-1. I don't want to struggle in PvP again. Gladiator seems a little stronger. I mean, Chanter did not struggle with PvP in 9-1, but overall, if you mean for 1v1 PvP, Gladiator is currently stronger than Chanter, yes. But obviously, the thing with this game is you just have to keep in mind that this game is a PvE game first, right? So you do have to fuck with the archetype in PvE too. You know what I mean? And if you're going to be playing Gladiator, you will be doing some tanking. If you play a Chanter, you will be doing some healing. You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind. You show that 1% of population. I mean, the thing with the ping is in this game is that The slightest differential is already going to make a huge difference. Okay, we have this one. Okay. So if you have like a thing that is on the high end, it's going to be easier for you to play support because your DPS is going to be impacted, right? But when I say high end, it's like above 80. What would you recommend for a bard player? Trainer? A bard player? Like Iron Bard or Lost Ark Bard? Or what are we talking about here? Like Final Fantasy 14 Bard? Iron Bard? I mean, in terms of the PvE gameplay, I would say Cleric. Yeah. But if you're expecting to like 2-tap people in PvP like an Iron 1 Bard, you're not gonna get that with Cleric though, so, you know. We don't have enough people. Did so many people leave Nemon? Transfer influx, not sure about levers. I mean, it just feels like Narnia. Like, it feels like Narnia has people everywhere. I'm not sure why, but... I mean, either way, we got three artifacts on lower, which works for me. I guess we'll have some more old corridor stuff to do after this. One more Maze Gamba for today, chat. You're getting 2 in one day. Isn't that fucking fantastic? Assassin get to level 15 tower just to test while Assassin is so much... I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Asphalt, level 15 is not going to give you any information in terms of like how the class plays. Like, until you reach endgame, you set up your skills properly and you have like the right tiers of combat speed and everything. You just don't know how a class feels in this game, right? But broadly speaking, yeah, like Gladiator is just a bulkier class. Yeah, I mean, I was never gonna get more than one solo. Open over mid, yeah, probably. Kara's still alive, so I guess I'll go for that. And then we do invasion, and then some more corridor farming. I only got 2 on this. Yeah, Argo is the only one left, and it's dead. Alright. We're done. Invasion time. Can you make an early gearing progression guide with tips on what gear to use on A1, like first weapons level 45? I will be making those, Zuzu, yeah. Like, starting late August to early September, I'm gonna be releasing like a bunch of guides. Like a bunch of guides about just about everything you can think of for your first step into global. System guides, dungeon guides, class introduction, like what mistakes to avoid, what your path of progression is going to be, so on and so forth. Those will be made available early on. I'm just waiting because obviously the game is going to be subject to change before global comes out, right? So giving it a minute. Auto check the amount of keys for invasion. You can easily check. How about invasion? I have no fucking idea, Ashtart. I'm gonna be honest. I just kind of go because I'm skipping them a lot, so I always have keys. Like for the sugar ones, you can check in the sugar menu. For invasion, I don't know. When are we getting Cleric guide gear where to? I mean, class specific guides I'm not really gonna be making because at the end of the day, every class is very similar to each other, and I'm going to be making introduction guides for every class. That's basically just going to tell you what the class is, what it does, right, and what skills you currently want to go for in terms of like early setup. But I'm not going to go any further than this because the thing with this game is these types of guys, they get invalidated almost weekly because of the balance patches. It's just a waste of time to be making guides for those. Like it's faster for me, and it's more convenient to just, if something happens, someone comes in the stream and is like, what's good now for this class? And I'm like, this is good right now. And, you know, that's the end of it. Rather than make a full-on dedicated guide that then is going to be obsolete after a week or two. Looking forward to it? Yeah. Yeah, I have 3 left on this one, for example. Build rotation guide could be nice for classes. The thing is, build-wise, every class kind of builds the exact same for PvE, right? And rotation guide, every class kind of does the same thing, right? In the sense that you macro in your bread and butter with the in-game macro, so you know your NMB, your E procs, your important debuffs, like all of those are just macroed, right? And then you have your contextual buttons on top of that. So you have your buffs that you just use on cooldown in PvE when you need them. You have your charge skill that you just hold when they're available, so on and so forth, right? So it's really straightforward. Would you go for damage build with Cleric because heal should be enough? For PvE, yeah, every class builds for damage and every class goes for the same thing. Like, you absolutely build for DPS on every class for PvE. Alright, 1 plat. Missing 1. But I do have some, But I guess I can just gamble like a couple of golds to get that, because I have a bunch of golds that I'm basically not gonna need anymore. Yeah. Alright. Cool. How many golds do I have? 5. Surely I get 1 plat, right? Surely. I got 3 platinums out of 5. Wow. Alright, chat, it's time. Upgrade time. Do the season ranking title give actual stats? It's just all cosmetic. All of the ranking stuff is just cosmetic. Did you say PvE? Yeah. Every class builds for DPS in PvE. Absolutely carried. Hell yeah. Right. Let me just unequip that. And it's armor smithing, right? Basically, Cleric isn't really a heal bot. You want to do damage. Yeah, every class has a baseline DPS rotation that is almost identical. And then you have like a quirky thing that your class does on top of it. In the case of Cleric, it's going to be healing. Find class specific macro guys on YouTube. Want to measure okay, Discord? Yeah. And I'm probably going to be making class channels on my Discord where I'm going to include those resources. Alright. I'm also like, I'm kind of iffy to make like full-on dedicated ones right now because we don't have decent ping and we don't have the full picture of everything, right? So I can give you like a baseline one that I know is going to work just fine to clear everything. But in terms of like min-maxing stuff, until we have the hands on the game, I don't fucking trust no Koreans or Taiwanese to know what optimization is, because every fucking time the games come in the West, we figure shit out that is like significantly better than whatever the fuck they've been running, right? So yeah, I'll just wait to like actually test shit out myself with decent ping. I guess yeah, you probably won't, because healing in this game is almost useless. So for light content, you don't do a lot of healing beyond your passive healing stuff, right? So you're mostly going to be doing DPS. For the higher end raids, you will be though. And also the state of balance has changed since the like, you know, class overview thing that I did at the end of season 3, because we got an expansion, like we got a whole ass expansion since, you know, which is why like in all of those like class overview videos that I made, I put like an outdated tag at the end of the title like a week ago. Okay, let's get this to Diamond 2 at least. Oh man. Do I go for Diamond 3? 16's a bit low, but I guess I could. I mean, you know what? First and foremost, I'm going to do the soul binds and everything on this. Yeah. Just, oh, I got Constitution for free. That's actually a stat I'm gonna use. Wow, look at that. I don't have to reroll. I should be having like 2 builds, one for damage and one for endgame stuff healing. Nope. You just all damage for PvE, because the thing with healing is that the strength of your heals scales off of your attack, which you're going to build for when you build for damage anyways. So you don't need to build for healing. Come on. There we go. Right now I need Dex. Dex or block. Yes. I might reroll this. I don't know. I'll see. Just go for Dex for now. More damage, more heals, yeah. Brindle's Grace. Heal block. I might actually change for Dex, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I roll first. Defense. Crit. Immortal Veil is decent, but I'm just going straight Dex and block on these. Even though my block set doesn't work all that well. But I'm committed at this point, so... On defense... Cleric's DPS is similar to full DPS class. Okay, Dex, there we go. You don't do as much DPS as a DPS class baseline, but when you account for all DPS with all of the buffs that you provide, it gets close. That's 20 block. Nah, I'm not gonna go for 20 block. I'll just leave it at that for now. I'll come back to it later. I guess Mana Stone now. Wow, that's dog shit. I can't seem to find a guide that tells you about gear, like, okay, I finished main quest, I got max level, why do I start farming, how the gear works. I do have that, baby. Like, for the current state of the game, like on Taiwan and Korea, I do have that. I will be making those for Global later on, before Global comes out. But yeah, like, if you're playing on Taiwan right now, and you have the growth pass and everything, I do have a video that goes over your next steps in terms of progression for PvE. And I do have another video that goes over all of the game's systems and content. It's not completely up to date because it's a few months old at this point and they have released more stuff since. But it will give you like a good idea of how everything is. Also on YouTube, I was doing a merge, glad because of recent patch. Yeah. Like Cleric is doing a lot of damage right now. Although, I mean, you do have to keep in mind on like more endgame content, it's a bit different because of the resistances and everything. 25 block and HP. I think I'm just keeping that. Yeah. Is it possible to do a base weekly quest together in group? Yes. It's the quest pool is very small, so it's always going to be very similar. And like if you killed a mob with within like the vicinity of someone, it's going to counter them, even if they don't even touch the thing. Okay. Best wish and that ad timing. If only there was a way to not get ad. Really makes you think. Okay. But I guess I can go for Diamond 3. Wow, this game's easy, guys. I have a question. How do you add that shiny little top on you? You mean this, Alan? That's Idle Protection. That's a Cleric buff. Title? Oh, that's seasonal title. It's a cosmetic that you get at the end of the season, like based on like your rankings and stuff like that. Like you're just going to title, and when you click on the title, you just like equip title. This one on the right. For the one that wait. Yeah, for the one that you want just the cosmetic on, you just like click equip title, pretty much. Right. Yeah, I mean, my PvP progression is probably not going to go much further on Taiwan, if I'm gonna be honest, because the next step is getting the High Commander Guard. And once I get that, I'm gonna get the Tribunus Earring, and then after that, it's just going to be like raw, like High Commander upgrades, but Global is probably going to be out before I get any of those. But I'm gonna keep going, right? I'm gonna keep going. I'll be out? Yeah. Pretty much. But I mean, hey, considering I haven't really been keeping up with my PvP set, like 3-piece High Commander, with like the rest Tribunus, with like some like max potential on guard and accessories, is pretty decent. Guys were valuable because of buffs and healing. I mean, overall, like in the current state of the game, Cleric is great. Right? The only thing that Cleric is bad at is solo PvP specifically, but for everything else, like Cleric is great. Okay, I think I still need to kill people this week for the seasonals. Let me see. It's this, right? I still need to kill 17 people, and I need to do my BGs, but these are closed right now, right? I'm assuming. At the time 22, I think it's closed. It's closed. Yes, we'll do that tomorrow. I should have done this. I should have done it earlier. Right. Abyss. I still need to kill a couple of mobs. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. I'll just go into the Abyss, finish my PvP and farming weekly. I think I've already done all of my contracts. Are the PvE accessories worth crafting at the start of the game, or crafting guard and maybe a weapon? You're gonna want to make the crafted accessories first, yeah. Because like the Star Dragon are gonna be enough for the rest of your existence. And they're gonna be very cheap and easy to make there like early on. And then after that, you'll make the weapon with the guaranteed craft. But all of that is gonna be stuff I'm going to cover with progression guides. So don't worry. What's the benefit of using crafting table over not using it? I think there's an extra fee when you don't use it, right? Like, I don't know if that's still in the game, but that was the benefit back then. It was just there was a small fee added if you didn't use it. This guy is evasion. Yeah. I should have used my dot gear. Brother. Damn, you're really showing my divine aura. Who's boss? Fucking pilots, man. I'm probably dead on that, actually. Because of the anti-heal. Yeah, evasion's too much for me right now. I mean, that's why I'm kind of hesitating to like use LMB in PvP too, but that would require me to redo all of my PvP set because of the block and evasion ignore. Oh god. Alright. Maybe. I'll take the other ring. Effects in heal on full. I mean, Assassin has a bunch of self-sustain stuff. Like, they have some life leech on LMB and hard goal, and they have a passive that procs a huge heal when they drop below quarter health. Same with Ranger. And they also have a passive that heals them every time they evade a hit, and this guy had evasion, right? So. Stupid? Yeah. I don't think glass cannon classes should have like self-sustain like this. I mean, it would be better if the class was balanced, like the game was balanced a bit differently, but I mean ultimately it doesn't matter too much because 1v1 is pretty irrelevant. Let me remove those actually. Yeah. We're pretty close to finishing the quest. I do need to do corridors on ult as well. God damn, I'm not out of the abyss. I'm paralyzed. Well, probably GG's. I mean, there's a reason why I said Assassin Guider were currently the strongest in 1v1, right? And that is, that has a part to play in this. Couple more fellas. I do have a block and evasion on this, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, if I had an MB, it would probably be a bit better. Like, in those specific case scenarios. Because, like, they have juiced up LMB so much on Cleric for both PvE and PvP at this point that... Yeah, it's just... It just kind of trumps Judgment Thunder. When combined with Condemnation and the likes. Is this only for mid? Okay, no. Just two more. Any recent Cleric guys, I'm returning, but still a bit lost with the changes. No, not really. But I mean, if you have any specific questions, I can answer you. There we go. And now I go to middle rush to farm a couple of mobs, and then onto corridor. Ah yes, wing desyncs. Love that for me. There's some new skills, so I think previous build not working as good anymore. Yeah. Basically, they replaced the healing aura with benevolence, which you kind of carry all the time, because like it's just biz for everything. It's just a really good passive heal. So that's always on your skill bar. LOP, Title protection you use when you don't have a Chenner with you. Right? If a Chenner is with you, you just replace it. Absolution use steals are mostly for PvP. They're not really that useful for PvE. Amplification you use for both PvE and PvP. Solo that is. For group PvP you don't use it. Oath's punishment on level 25, you always use it. Basically everything, unless you're doing group PvP with a Chenner, specifically. And then Voice of Doom is your go-to to replace LOP if you have a Chenner in the group. And Summon Resurrection you pretty much always carry in PvE nowadays with the 6 Stigma slots. Salvation you use for group PvP pretty much exclusively. And Noble Aura you use for PvE, like every scenario is in PvE. Yeah. And the rest is kind of useless. But level 25 Stigmas, Earth's Punishment always level 25. LOP level 25 if you use it. Otherwise you use level 25 Prayer of Amplification. Level 25 Noble Aura for PvE specifically. And then for PvP, like if you're solo, it's going to be LOP, Earth's Punishment, Prayer of Amplification. If you're in group, it's going to be Salvation to replace where like Prayer of Amplification. Do you have a PvE and PvP guide for Cleric? Nah, I don't really have like class guides. But like if you need me to just like, you know, just show you my bar and build for both PvE and PvP, just so you can like screenshot or something, just let me know. I'm gonna go grind some mobs in Middle Rush, so... What about the Stigmas? Well, those are the Stigmas. That is what I was talking about. Regular skills are different. Can I say something? I'm crafting should novice 1 whenever it levels up. My crafting skill increase normally, but my novice skill never does. You know why? Novice level. Once you reach level 100 of the baseline, you have a quest that you have to do to the receptor of the specific craft in either the main hub of Old Guard or Verderon. It's a green quest, and when you do it, you level up to professional, and then you have to get professional to level 70. In Pet Inside, I noticed that perfect chance is upper lists. Perfect chance affects combat power more than PV damage boost. I think they're about the same, but broadly speaking, the slots 3 and 9, Yusef, you want to go Smite, specifically for PvE. And both of those give you more combat power. Can you share your macro for PvE solo DPS? I mean, I could, sure. Like, here's my macro. Okay, this is PvP. Like, that's my macro for PvE. That's it. It's basically just this line here, in this specific order. And I use a mouse macro that holds Earth's Retribution while going through this. So it weaves between all of those, right? And then Judgment Thunder I don't use. And I use Amplification on cooldown by myself, as well as Divine Aura. And as well as Bolt. Like, basically all of these I use manually. And then these are my macros for PvE. All the changes that, what are the 6 minutes, also playing one for your ult? I mean, I can show you, I guess. Can I go? I think I can't, right? Yeah, no. Let me show you. It's gonna be easier. SM or Ranger for PvP? They're both strong and have their own thing, right? SM is fun because it has some like interesting gimmicks with taunt locking. Ranger is perhaps... Like, Ranger is more burst focused and SM just like pins you before nuking you down, so... But both are strong. I would say SM is perhaps a bit bulkier though. Okay. After I do that, my novice level will start increasing. You're gonna be professional level 1. After you do that, and then you have to level to 70. What's the purpose of low novice level benefit does it provide? You have to max out novice to become a professional. That's the thing. Can I transfer my Tyrant character preset to Europe? Character presets, we don't know yet. We honestly don't know yet. Hopefully, but we don't know. Alright, for Steam for Chenner, Undefeated Mantra, always. Front Mantra, always. Baptism's Wrath, always, right? And then after that, it's gonna be Power of the Storm if you don't have a Cleric in the group for PvE. And for PvP, you do use it even if you have a Cleric in the group, right? Focus Defense is great for everything, but sometimes you're going to want to circuit it off if you're like solo healing in favor for Healing Touch to have a bit more healing, right? And then in situation where you have a Cleric in the group, you can put in Fracturing Blow for the defense shred over Power of the Storm. And then Guardian's Blessing is specifically for solo PvP. For group PvP, I guess you can make an argument for it, but for group PvP, I would honestly just carry the group buffs, right? Value Spell you never use, Assault Shock you never use. Obliterate is actually decent for PvE if you have the slots, because it does have a bit of damage, especially on bosses. It does okay damage, but broadly speaking, it's not really something that you're gonna be carrying, right? So like your bread and butter are gonna be these three. You're always gonna have them, and then you're going to carry this if you're solo healing, this if you have a Cleric, this if you're solo in PvE or you're doing PvP, this if you have a Cleric in the group, and then this is going to be like your vacant slot if you want to carry over the block for more like group defense. This for group PvE, you're pretty much always going to carry it. For PvE, it's going to be if you want like more sustain if you're solo healing. And if you have a Cleric in the group and you don't want to use like Fractured Blow, for example, you're going to be carrying this, like in a raiding scenario, for example, right? And Snaring Mark is interesting for solo PvP, although I've been hearing very conflicting reports on it. So I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly if it's good. It looks really good for solo PvP, but I don't know exactly how it performs in terms of like how well it sticks. So yeah. There you go. Since the last patch, the Cleric has high DPS. I'm still torn between that and General. I like both. Both are good, but Cleric is like... right now, Cleric is the more favored of the supports. But you're never going to hate having a Chanter in your group, you know what I mean? And thanks for the tier 1 sub, Ada. Very cool. Enjoy the emotes. I guess I'll do Shugo before I go and do this. What is better between SM and Ranger for PvP survivability? SM has Tether, which is situational. You get jumped by a SM Gladiator, which has the best chance to fight back SM or Ranger. It's a bit complicated, right? Because the balance keeps changing, right? In terms of like pure bulk, it's hard to say because SM got its bulk nerfed a little bit with this patch. But I would say that SM probably has the better bulk overall because you just have more buffs that gives you bulk, right? Evasion Ranger specifically is probably going to survive better against lower end players. I mean, it's a bit rough to say right now because like the bulk just got nerfed on SM. But just because of taunt as well as proxy, I would say that SM still has the better bulk of the two. Although I would say that Ranger is probably a better all-rounder when it comes to 1v1, right? In terms of how well it performs in 1v1 matchups, whereas SM is going to struggle more against like other SMs, Sorks, and Rangers specifically because of the amount of like status effectors that they have. Is Debilitating Mark and Condemnation needed for big DPS? Random using Bolt, Earth, Retribution, Judgment Thunder, Divine Aura. Yeah, right now for PvE, Condemnation is your absolute biggest damage indicator. I mean, you know what, MTW? Actually, hold on. I think I can just do this, right? This, right? This one? Yeah, not this one. Yeah, this. Like DPS contribution wise, like that's pretty much what's going on here. Like condemnation is by far your biggest contributor, right? So for PvE, you're going to be condemnation 20, divine aura 20, bolt 20. Like these are going to be your bread and butter in terms of DPS. Especially as of the last patch. As of the last patch, Judgment Thunder is useless for PvE, beyond farming trash. Like Judgment Thunder is for farming trash. Earth Retribution and Condemnation, alongside Earth's Punishment and your auras and your bolt, are going to be your main DPS sources. Are you going to make guides for Cleric, Channel, etc. before the game's global release? I'm going to make like entry-level class introductions before global release, which is going to include like what the classes do, what your expectations should be for these classes, and early on what should be the skills you should be like going for first in terms of your early like soulbind and arcana progression. Like which passives are interesting for what situation, and which skills are essential to get to level 20, 16, etc. I guess I can check the Rift. I should go check Verderon, see if they still do the... whatchamacallit, the agreed upon PvP just to do quests. It is additional gold, yeah, why not? I guess this guy was AFK. Yeah, there he is. Alright, time to stop shrimping. I guess I'll take the Rift and see how it is. Warnodale. I'm slowly going to build towards making my Nemesis Guard, although it's like my lowest priority right now, to be honest. I do want to get some levels on my pendant, maybe like until I start getting some smite, just a little bit. All right. Time for some rifting. The rift is open, right? Yeah, there it is. I'll do one quick loop around the map. If I can find the coalition, great. If I don't, we'll move on to something else. But I did see people talking on LFG about a coalition happening right now, so yeah. If I find one, I pull down a Kisk. I mean, I guess I do have some bound Kisk. Yeah. Yeah, I do. It's been a while, Veteran. Been a while. I mean, the Rift PvP on Cleric is more fun because there's no healing penalties. Like you kind of feel invincible in there. Oh, Asmo's here. Yeah. There's some stuff happening here. The Prim Commander. Oh god. Alright, well. Yeah. In second thought. Okay, there's too many Templars. I guess I do have to Kisk. 9 minutes, do I have time for this? I mean, if I have time, I'd pull down a Kisk. If I don't, that's fine. Are you using G-Hub for macro? I'm using IQ, because I'm using a Corsair mouse. What's the biggest difference between Cleric and Channer? Channer is melee, Cleric is range. Channer has more, I mean, after this patch I don't know, but Channer leans more on higher overall DPS, whereas Cleric leans more on higher overall like support skills, like healing spells. So Channer has like more personal DPS, more group buffs, stuff like that, and Channer has more, and Cleric has more healing. Although like after the last patch, given how big the condemnation change was, I don't know if that's still true. I mean, Channer also got some buffs, but yeah. I haven't looked at like DPS data. Sure, if they're doing this, I'll grab the free medals. Why not? Why not? I'll grab it. Also in PvP specifically, like Cleric is very much focused on group survival, whereas Channer is more of a bruiser. It gets up and personal, has the ability of like CC and nuking single targets, while also providing some like support on the side. Can Channer replace Cleric in endgame dungeons? For like light content, like, you know, dungeons and transcendence and stuff like that, yeah. It has the ability of doing that. For more involved endgame raids, you kind of want to have a Cleric. Both because it's just going to make the healing easier, but also because Cleric has the ability to resurrect people. Which saves up on self-rest stones in high-end raids. Which is more of a convenience thing, but you know, people do value that. Holy shit. Well, I don't know if we have enough Asmos for this. Yeah, these guys straight up have a group of this. Asmos don't. Oh, there's Asmos here though. Alright. Cool. Inside we go, I guess. Okay, we are matched against AION for this. Different server. So many supports. It's like all Templars and Clerics, holy. Have a guard on me. Yeah, we don't have... We got some people. We don't have that many people, though. People behind? No, there's just guards. So let me know if the bitrate on the stream is too messy. I can do some stuff to fix that if it's a bit hard to watch right now. I know frame gen doesn't like do very well with streaming. I'm surprised there's so many people here. Nah. Yeah, I just have a gun on me. I guess I'll just guess. Martial Brawler goes crazy there. I've been encountering so little brawlers overall. Really feels like no one's playing this class. And I guess people are not really inclined on playing the new stuff and starting from scratch. Yes, 50 more? Yeah, 50 more. 49 to be exact. Is your FPS dropping a lot? On this? Not really, no. Like, for large scale, frame gen just kicks in, right? So, there's not much of a difference. Although, as I said, like, maybe on stream it's dropping a bit, because I know the bitrate doesn't like large scale like this too much. Are they still fighting? Sure are. I guess I'll see. Yeah, that's the only thing that sucks, is the fact that these fights are only taking place inside of town. So Gal's just fucking blast here. Alright. I mean, if I disband, I'm gonna lose my kid. Yeah. My GPU 3080 seems doesn't have that tech. Yeah. Frame gen is only for 40 onwards, basically, for NVIDIA. Like, I have a 4070, and the main reason why I got one is specifically because of frame gen. Rip. Going out. Ooh. It's probably better to fight outside. Frame gen increases latency. Yeah, but for something like this, right? For large scale, it's just better. It's better to have the frame rate. Alright, let me... Oh, is this not... Oh, it's not active in this area. Oh, well, I guess I can't do anything about it. Guess I can equip the res for these people. Nah, I'm gonna be gone soon anyways. Helping on high settings? For the most part, yeah. Like high ultra, for the most part. Yeah, here comes the guard one-shots. Yeah, we are losing a lot of people to guards. But I should be done, right? I'm pretty sure. And probably just fuck off. Let me see. Am I done? 10 more, okay. That's okay, everyone. The guards one-shot you in 9-2 too. In 9-2 as well, but obviously we do have a lot of people here. And then whenever people die, they resurrect and so on. It's like getting killed by a guard counts as a PvE death, so you are allowed to self-resurrect. Here comes the big choke. Wanted by FPS. I mean, my frame rate is fine, but obviously on stream the frame rate can die during these events, right? So I'm almost done anyways. Like there's no large scale settings for rifting areas. Okay, I'm done. I guess I'll fight until we're done here, or until I die. They need to change that. I mean, they are changing how rifting works. Like in probably within the coming like couple of weeks. Like they have announced a change in the rifting content. So. You want to go? Rifting, the thing is, the way rifting is currently set up is you do have rifting missions, right? That give you some medals, but people don't really do natural PvP. They mostly do coalition stuff, so they just invade and just do like Zerg PvP at the main capital, just to do the weeklies, right? As opposed to just rifting for PvP. But they are going to change the way the rifting works. But you kind of have to know when they go. Are you going to like attack on the back or something? Hurrah. So from that, I mean, that doesn't work nowadays, Glenn. It's just a modern MMO thing. And I mean, broadly speaking, to be honest, the way AION2 did it, with the more griefing focused PvP, it just doesn't fly these days. It really doesn't. Nobody wants that, you know? How goes the stream? Doing alright. Just Going through the motions, doing weeklies. Fighting over there. Are people raising on the village? Is that what's going on? I guess they are. Yeah, there it is. There's one of again. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just saying it's not the healthiest way to run the MMO nowadays, which is why they're not doing it. You know, same with the PvP flag and so on and so forth. Like PvP in AION2 is just a secondary thing. You know. The new rifting event? Nah, it's just like the good old like coalitions just to get missions done. The new rifting quests are not in yet. We're gonna have to wait a couple more weeks for that. They're just camping the case now. And I guess that's what they wanted to do all along. They just like dragged them outside, killed a bunch of people for them to respawn here by default, and now just camping the killers. Is this Abyss? Nah, this is Rifting. Alright, I'm done with my quest, so I'm gonna dip. And now we go finish the Abyss quests real quick. Pretty efficient though. 20 minutes. In and out, chop chop. Oh, sorry, I just hit the microphone. Surely that wasn't very loud. Is griffing as well? I mean, you can just disable the PvP flag at any point, right? So it's completely opt-in, and like PvP in this game is completely opt-in and optional. So if you, I think you can't. No, you can. You can. Like, if you're an invader, you can't, right? But if you're the invadee, you can turn back to PvE flag at any point. Do I have to define that? I know. Yep. Putting that guy. I mean, my PvP gear isn't bad, and I mean, this guy was. Considering the amount of damage I was doing, this guy was probably like a lot less gear than me. Turn this off. Okay, so I need to kill a couple of mobs. How many? 150 mobs. I guess I'll just put on PvE tab for that. Is the AP cap in Season 1 also 1 million? Nah. In Season 1 it's gonna be 200k per week to begin with. Like, assuming they go through the same progression. The corridors are gonna be very precious. Yeah, I just like to have tab for target changing, regardless of what I'm doing. It's just like muscle memory, right? But I just switch between the between the two manually. I've been pressing tab for like over 20 years in MMOs, right? So could I technically set up a different button for both? Yes, but I don't want to. Roughly 1p, 1p, same button, different binding each profile. Yeah, that works too. Yes, yeah, I mean, I played AION1 for 15 years as well. Like, I did the same thing for AION1, by the way. I just kept, like, manually switching what my tab did. I was just on PvP tab, like, 99% of the time. North America? Nah, AION1 stayed under the NCSoft like umbrella in North America. It was sold in Europe to Gameforge, which is the most dogshit gaming company known to man. Actually, the daily emergency mission are too much of a hassle. I honestly mostly ignore the duties. Like, I've been doing them a bit for the whatchamacallit, the sub battle pass, right? You have a mission that requires you to do them, but broadly speaking, I've been ignoring them. It's not even that it's a hassle. It's just it doesn't give you much, and I'm just, you know, doing the bare minimum of Taiwan. But themselves. I mean, Gameforge heavily contributed with, like, I mean, when you look at AION Classic, for example, right? EU Classic died because Gameforge killed the economy because the economy was built around having mana stones and enchantment stones in the cash shop. Gameforge took that out and then didn't compensate in any way, shape, or form. So the economy died and nobody was able to gear up, and that was entirely inflicted by Gameforge. Same thing in 5.x with the old powerful enchantment stones, right? It's just that Gameforge was terrible at localization. They would take shit out of the cash shop, which, like, sure, why not? But then they would not put them anywhere else, even though the entire game was built around those being easily available. Like, that's why EU Classic died, right? Because, like, even if you make the game pay to win or something, like, there's still gonna be a niche of players playing, especially a game like AION1. But the fact of the matter is, there was just no resources to gear up in EU Classic after a while. Because Gameforge doesn't play the game and doesn't understand anything about the game. They just removed resources from the game without putting them anywhere else, right? So many people coming here. What is your name on EU Classic? Maybe we fought. Same name as this character. I mean, if you browse my my YouTube channel, you'll find PvP videos that I made on EU Classic. I played Templar. Yeah. What is the point of a guild? Any guild raids or siege? Nope. A Legion in AION2 is more so a glorified extended friends list. Like, AION2 is a faction game, so guilds individually don't have much of a point. Can you show your pet collection stats? Sure. This is my PvP though. My PvP just has block in it. And I can show you, like, my PvP is just block all around, right? Like, it's just block everywhere. I can show you my PvE, which is the one you'll probably give a shit about. This guy. I just remade my PvE genus, so it actually has a lot of holes, but let me... This... There you go. This is my current PvE genus. I just remade it like 3 days ago, so it just has the smite and a bit of stats here and there. Which is why I was saying earlier that I'm 840 in PvE, but once I re-grind my genus, I'm gonna be like above 850, 860 easily. Need so much block for PvP. I mean, the thing is, even though I have like 4.2 block, it doesn't do much in PvP right now because everyone is gearing up for accuracy. So I just have block because I committed to block, right? And I'm not remaking my PvP set this close to global. Don't need damage to kill 1v1 more PvP. Gearing up for damage on Cleric doesn't really bode well because Cleric is just not good for 1v1 PvP anyways, so you mostly gear up for like group PvP, and for group PvP you want to be leaning more into defensive. Feature shot to make also, yeah. But like broadly speaking, if you want a block set to work on Cleric right now, you need like 5,000 block, which I don't have. But you know, like either way, you don't even need a PvP set or a PvP genius to be doing like your weeklies and stuff, so it's kind of whatever. I'm just running it as is. It works on the people it works on, and otherwise it doesn't matter too much. And Buster with heals. I mean, mostly because I'm encountering people that either don't have gear or suck ass. But if I encounter like an actual player with gear, like I'm not gonna be able to kill them. I might be able to survive for a little bit, but I'm not gonna be able to kill them. Because like PvP is really CC centric, and Cleric has no CC of its own. At least nowhere near to the extent of other classes. And it also like has pretty underwhelming damage compared to other classes. It has good sustain though, good bulk, and it's really good for group PvP, so it's kind of whatever. How many more do I need to kill? I'm done actually, yeah. Okay. That's done. I guess I can farm this. I mean, that's kind of... No, there's not going to be any more sieges, right? So I guess I can hunt some low grades. Cool. Darcy-centric PvP? Hell yeah. We have an Amogus-centrist PvP. Can you tell me how did you open the menu where you showed condemnation contribution to DPS? Control X, that brings up the DPS meter. Like, this is the built-in DPS meter in game. So, like, this is just like a previous record of like a 1 minute dummy rotation, basically. How's Brawl in PvP? I've seen one before. I haven't really run into brawlers, so honestly, I don't have much of an opinion on it. Okay. What CC does Ranger have? You have knockbacks. You have an anti-heal that's like almost like basically permanent. And you have a couple of stuns. You have a dispel. It's unheard shit in PvP needs buff. No, Ranger doesn't need buffs in PvP. Ranger performs honestly great in PvP. People mostly play Cleric as an ult rather than main. No. I mean, Cleric is great for everything, except for 1v1 PvP, which 1v1 PvP just doesn't matter in terms of a character progression. Like, even when it comes to your PvP progression, 1v1 PvP is the thing that matters the least. So, I meant Brawler? Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't really seen or heard people play Brawler, so yeah. Don't have much of an opinion on that. Yeah, Ranger is just a really convenient class all around. It's really convenient, it's solid at everything. Ranger is a good class. It's not as strong as it used to be. Like, towards the back end of Season 3, Ranger was unironically the best 1v1 PvP class in the game. Because it was just fucking stupid. It had, like, ignore block and evasion on everything. It has insane permanent knockbacks, right? On top of, like, being able to run evasion while still doing DPS. Like, Ranger just had everything. But it got nerfed a good bit. Because it was way too much. Now, it's still strong, but it's a bit more reasonable, let's say. What class would you main in global? I'm probably going to be playing Templar because I want to play. I want to still play like a support class, but I want to play one that is like going to be more fun to play in 1v1. Most casual players do PvP, no, no, in Abyss, one, no. Although most people won't do group PvP. You're wrong, Don Leon. You're wrong. Most casual players are just going to do ZVZ, right? So like sieges and stuff like that. They're just going to be like a body in a mass of players, and that's going to be enough to do all of your weeklies and everything. Even the new rifting mode that I'm going to add appears to be ZVZ centric. So yeah. I've seen positionals punishing on bosses. Yes and no. It used to be like you used to be a lot more required to hit the back as an assassin. It's a lot less the case now. You still want to do it, but it's not as punishing as it used to be. Ranger is boring due to macro. I feel like the class that gets the most use of the macros. Yeah, Ranger kind of plays itself. Okay, in PvE, Ranger kind of plays itself with the macros. In PvP, every class is less reliant on macros. You still use macros for your bread and butter, but like CC timing and perfect dodging and everything is still gonna have to be manual. So in buffs and so on and so forth. Very convenient for botting. I mean, yeah. Is the PvP important in the game? Nope. PvP is completely optional in this game, and it provides no player progression. It's just another game mode that you do for like another progression line, which is like the PvP progression is completely separate. Why are you farming like that? Pay to win spotted. Truly. How do you perfect block? Do you mean like the actual written perfect block? By having like significantly more block than the target's accuracy. If you mean perfect dodging, like by dodge rolling, it's like you dodge roll at the same time as you're getting hit by an attack, and that just ignores the attack entirely. If you had the resources, what defensive stat would you choose other than block in your build for PvP? Block. There's really no other option as a cleric. Like, you can technically build for evasion, but the class leans a lot less into it. Because you don't have the default stat from your weapon type as well as your passives. And the problem with the thing with block and evasion is you can build more accuracy than you can build block and evasion. Which means that if you don't lean into your class specificity, you're always going to be behind the target's accuracy. And like, even if you lean into it, if you meet a player that is like actually committed into accuracy, you will never be able to like actually block or evade them. With the exception of Assassin, because Assassin has some like additional buffs that they can put that actually allows it to have like a lot more than what the maximum accuracy allows it to have. Albeit temporary, so. Something about Sigmas respecting them. Yeah, they need to add proper... They need to add proper like advanced stigma respecting specific. Did Ranger Evasion get nerfed? Not really. It's just that Evasion in itself is less powerful because there's a lot more outlets for accuracy, and there's a lot more skills that ignores block and evasion. Like defensive and go full offensive. Yeah, like 99% of classes you just go full offense. It's just straight up better. Like pretty much every class in PvP wants to build into accuracy, crit, attack, and damage boost. Cleric is the only class where you can make the argument of defensive, because Cleric is the penultimate support class in PvP. So for group PvP, you kind of want to lean into defenses, but then again, the other thing is that the majority of group PvP is battlegrounds, which is equalized, and in that, stats don't matter, right? So yeah. You build a channel like you're glad? Yes. Yeah, channel you build full damage. And channel is actually able to do some like pretty impressive damage when it's properly built for it. See more skills in the game for the channel. I mean, that's what AION2 did with like gear swapping, but I don't think they want to do this in the game. Like, if they want Cleric to be better in 1v1 PvP and more offensive leaning, like they could just add a stigma that is like a DPS stance that nukes their, like, basically nuke their healing potential, but instead give them like a bit of life leeching and gives them more damage as well as more status effect chance. Like a stance that does that basically. And so the last question, if you don't mind, about the defensive stat. What did you ask? Defense I would choose, I would just build for block, because as I said, Captain, like the thing with like building for PvP defensively is that, oh my god, bro. The thing is that you have to lean into your class's like main like source of defense, because you have to lean into what your main weapon as well as your passive gives, because you can build a lot more accuracy than you can block and evasion. So if you don't lean into that, then you're never actually going to block or evade. I mean, look at me right now, right? My block isn't fully optimized, and I'm basically never blocking anyone. Even though I have 4.2k block, which is decent, right? But because I haven't fully optimized my PvP block with my genius and everything, it mostly doesn't work, because accuracy is so easy to get. Like, everyone has accuracy because everyone has precision, right? Wish Cleric has stronger debilitating attacks. Yeah, I kind of following on that. I wish the root did something in PvP, but the root fundamentally is just complete dog shit. It just doesn't land. Is there stats like flat defense instead of block, like to reduce? Yeah, defense is in the game. Like, defense basically gets matched against attack to reduce the tooltip damage of skills. But it works, right? Although it's not a very good defensive, to be honest. Can I land on this? Probably not. I know. Can slow me down though. You also have like stats like crit res that prevent the enemy from critting, but the problem is that there's so many, most of the bread and butter skills just force crit, so it doesn't work too well. So like the main defensive layers are just block and evasion. What can you say about regeneration, about the constitution? They're good stats overall. Like, they're just secondary defensive that you kind of lean into, basically. And thanks for the prime, C9. Appreciate it. Like, regen is an easy stat to build for because there's no way to counter it. So, like, everywhere you can build it, you just build it. And it's just, like, a small defensive layer that is easy to build. It's really so confusing. I mean, fundamentally speaking, it just functions as like a raw damage mitigation proc when it procs, right? The only difference is that if the hit kills you, it can't proc regen because you're already dead. Like, that's the only difference between that and, like, say, Endurance, for example. If block doesn't work, then it's better to fully stack defense and reduce incoming damage. It doesn't reduce... Even if you fully stack defense, it doesn't reduce the incoming damage that much. Trust me, I tried, because when you lean into crit res, as a cleric, you also lean into defense, and it wasn't that effective. Like, the problem is, damage procs like crit, smite, perfect, etc., are too powerful. That, like, they are what increase damage the most, and defense just doesn't do much against them. Whereas block completely negates damage when it procs. And also, defense doesn't block CC, right? Whereas block and evasion do, so that's why they're the most efficient. Just called Cleric, I guess. The most efficient defensives. Because, like, no other defensive negates CC the same way they do. Does the level of stigmas affect the game in arena? Is everyone the same position in terms of equipment power now? 1v1 and 5v5 arena is not equalized, so yes, it does matter. But no one does it because they don't give any rewards. The only, like, arena type thing that people do are battlegrounds, and these have equalized PvP where everyone has the same stats and skill levels and everything. You think about level 11 credits are not so quick? I don't think they will. I think Genius Insight is not going to move at all. For like a very long time. Because it's already like borderline impossible to have a fully optimized Genius Insight. And you need like multiple of them, so. Alright. Finding like mid-rank people for this weekly kind of sucks. But shouldn't be too far off, I guess. I need like 40 or something. Yeah, I need 30? 30. Turn off the damage numbers itself and clean the desktop. Have you tried it? Is there a reason to turn on? I mean, I just like to see my like smite ratio and stuff like that, and I don't mind them existing. Also, it gives you some intel, right? Like in PvP, when you attack someone, you immediately see if you're missing or getting blocked or anything of the sort, right? Same thing when like bosses have like DR phases. I think for the follow Sam Squatch. Same thing when bosses have DR phases. It makes it more obvious if you're hitting the boss for nothing. Like think Cleric transitions and stuff like that. So yeah, I prefer having the damage filters personally. Any low ranks? Hello? Here's a 6th class. Is it 5th class or is it 6th class? I forget what I need. I mean, whatever, I'm gonna kill him. What's the best build for PvP Templar? Accuracy, baby. Accuracy, crit, attack. Oh boy. Damage boost, that works. I don't know where to stand. Oh, there we go. If you guys want to kill me, you're gonna have to come here. They're really fucking committed, huh? Crazy work. Alright, well, enjoy warping back to your spawn. How does the ranking work? How you get 4-star officer? When you kill people in PvP, it gives you ranking points. and you get matched against other members of your class on the amount of ranking points you have at the end of the season. Like right now, I mean, I haven't done much PvP, but I am 3-star officer right now. Did you end up doing Sank 3 with Stoops? I don't think we are going today because there's like some BDO stuff, right? So probably going to resume that tomorrow. The commitment, yeah. You lose points when you die also? You do, but like a very small amount. There's virtually no punishment for death in this game. Oh, I see. You are a kitten. I understand now. And bro has 2 clerics. That's crazy work. Need weekly reset? Yeah. I mean, maybe I should wait until... I mean, nah, I might as well just finish this now. It just sucks. Like, finding mid-rank people just sucks. I thought Templar Bread and Butter ignores evasion, so you didn't need accuracy. Nah. It doesn't. You do need accuracy on Templar. Like, your bread and butter is Judgment, and Judgment ignores crit res, not evasion and block. I guess. Yeah, I don't think I can win this, per se. Oh, the Chanter went away, so maybe. Okay, the Chanter just respec. Never mind. First we our clerics. iPony. The rankings are class based. So every class has supreme commanders. Is Chanter here as broke as it was in AION2? It kind of does the same thing, in the sense that it's a great like group support, and in PvP it's like a melee bruiser basically. This guy got it, yeah. Well, thankfully none of these guys have accuracy, so my block is actually working on these guys. Thank God for that. As long as I maintain my position relative to them, I'll be fine. There's invuln. Alright. Oh yeah, I mean, Chanter overall is like, it's solid. It's not the best class for PvP, but it's, you know, it performs okay. It's towards the bottom though in terms of 1v1. Not as bad as Cleric, but yeah. I guess, yeah. I mean, also another thing to note, I guess, with PvP rankings right now in Taiwan is that all of them are just like bogus, because Taiwan doesn't really enforce punishment against like pilots and everything. So PvP rankings in the Abyss are not so much based off of the performance of your class or like your skill as a player or how geared you are. It's just like how much time you spend in the Abyss killing people. And a lot of people in Taiwan just like pay people to pilot their character to never sleep, basically. Just keep grinding. So yeah, like the Abyss rankings are mostly based off of that. And because there's like a lot of bots in the Abyss with like medium to high ranks, they're just able to constantly rotate. Yeah, and the problem right now is I'm really only running into offices, not so much like mid ranks, which is what I need. So that's a little rough. Yeah, God. I might just like switch to my ults and like do my quotas and stuff. Two brothers and they're there together to play 24/7, yeah. I mean, that's partially why I do hope they will put like some restrictions to, you know, discourage piloting and stuff like that, because right now, yeah, the Abyss rankings are a bit silly because of that. Would Assassin or Ranger be better as a mild spender but playing many hours? That doesn't matter in terms of progression. And you will never need to spend anything in this game to be able to do like all of the content as soon as it comes out. So just play whatever archetype you prefer. Just focus on having fun. That being said, if you play a lot, right, and you want to be able to like mindlessly grind into it in the Abyss, Ranger is really good at doing that. Ranger is like really good at grinding mobs. So for the fun factor, I would say maybe Ranger in your situation. Oh, here's a properly geared gladiator. We have, yeah, double splendid nemesis, high commander gear. Now this is a guy I'm not going to be able to kill. Am I going to be able to survive against this guy? Somewhat. Am I going to be able to kill him? Probably not. Oh, there's a guy helping me though. There's another guy now. And the guy left. Alright, well. Never mind. I'm dead. Going to do Glad Ranger support and see if I want more than 3 characters to start. Yeah. Oh, Sugar Games is available. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go do my Shugo and then I'll do my corridors first and foremost. I'll finish this this weekly later. I'm not omega pressed about it anyways. It's just a couple of gold, right? %50 of people will get a Ranger. I mean, they're gonna be the most popular archetypes for sure. Yeah. I get some ice cold Red Bull. Alright. How many stigmas can I get to level 25? 3. You get 1 for just doing the MSQ, right? In Mohaim and Elden. And you're gonna get an additional 1 for every 5 stigmas that you get to level 20. And you can get 10 at the maximum, so yeah. Hello, Anchovy. Please answer again. What was the question again? How many stigmas can I get? Oh, you get 3 total, right? 1 from finishing the Mohaim and Elton MSQ, and then 1 per. You get 1 like advanced stigma shards per level 20 stigmas, and you need 5 to get another stigma to level 25, and 10 to get the final one for a total of 3. At Popta, do we believe most popular classes will be Ranger and Gladiator? Yeah, it's gonna be Gladiator, Ranger, Cleric are gonna be the 3 most popular. Just the usual, right? Just the most popular within the archetype. Like most popular tank, gladiator, most popular DPS ranger, most popular support cleric, pretty much. Ten skills to level 20 total. Yep. You need to level 10 stigmas to level 20 total. That trigger music gave me PTSD. Yeah, you know what it gave me PTSD of, Hyper? Fucking Steel Rake. Fuck this dungeon. What do you do with the 50 item drops from Ace like Ludra? Extract them all? There's a couple of things, right? So if you mean the gold items that you get, these you're going to turn either into transfer map, into potential stones, if you need to. I mean, maybe not from Ludra, right? But I guess maybe early on though. So yeah, transfer map, potential stones, soulbind stones, depending on what you need. Cleric was fun. I mean, CBT is not quite in my definition of fun. You know, to each their own, right? Especially the early days here, like Steel Rake, not the Soda one. The Soda one is kind of whatever. Like back in the days when you had to do the group one only. Ugh, my god. Hugging Steel Rake in the early days of AION is like some shit that actually just keeps me up at night. And then, like, people get lost, and then you finally get to fucking grog it. And then people can't fucking do the mechanic with the fucking pillars. And the ads. Absolute sugar, man. 1 minute. Maybe? Okay. Was a hard mechanic? Yeah. I mean, for the standards back then, I guess. I mean, broadly speaking, people in AION1 could not fucking do PvE to save their lives, so... You know. Which is why I don't know if a lot of the AION1 veterans are going to like AION2, since it's very PvE-centric. With, you know, actual mechanics and stuff. Steel Rake and AION2 when? Well, the only trace in the client that we have of an AION1 like leaning dungeon is called Dark Atreya, which seems to be like some sort of parallel to Dark Poeta. So, you know. What am I this minigame on global release? No one knowing. I mean, I'm going to make a guide specifically for this minigame. Like, trust me. People are gonna have to log the fuck in. Please don't. It's like, there are more rewarding quote-unquote sugar games, right? But this one is the one that I think 99% of the player base is just gonna be doing. Because it's just... Sugar game is already like fucking obnoxious to do constantly, right? So... Like, just always do the same one, always get 6 rewards, right? We need Tabata and Stormwing. We already have Stormwing. Stormwing is already in the game. Like, if you don't know, this fella, that's Stormwing. I'm running at least a few days before I do any. The key stack up and people learn it, yeah. Not the worst idea, honestly. Okay, I need to do corridors. Alright. Ludra equals Stormwing, yeah. Ludra is the Korean name for Stormwing. Like, the translation thing is because, like, Ludra is actually Rudra, which is, like, some sort of, like, Nordic fucking god of the storms or something or whatever. I don't remember the exact lore. But yeah, Rudra equals god of the storms, right? And in AION1 in the West, it got localized into Stormwing. But the original Korean name is Rudra. So yeah, Ludra equals Stormwing. That guy doesn't look like Stormwing. No, should be blue-white. Am I missing something? No, I don't disagree, Alex. I don't disagree. He doesn't really looks like Stormwing. And not even the... Okay, you know what? Can I... Actually, can I find this? Because I talked about this the other day and I meant to show you, but... How the fuck am I going to find this? Oh yeah, there we go. Alright. So for the people that don't know, in AION2, this was Stormwing. Which is why when I said that Ludra doesn't really look like Stormwing, that's kind of why. Because this is Ludra in AION2. Looks back and before, yeah, exactly. Like Stormwing, even in its new version in Classic, looked more blue, right? But yeah, in AION2 for some reason he looks like black and purple. All right, give me 1 second, chat. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into the corridor gambling. Do you know what time the 30th September will go live? Nope, we don't have an hour. I'll draw back. All right. Time to lock in. Narcotic wings back? Yeah. You know what wings I want back? I want the burrito wings back. The burrito wings were fucking sick. Love that. I also really like the wings they added later on. That was just like something picking you up. I don't know if you played during that hyper. I think you did, right? Like the Phoenix and the Lightning Dragon. These were pretty cool. I hope they will get creative with wings in this game. I don't get insane. Yeah. I like the Phoenix too. I had the Phoenix ones on in 5.1x. Lightning Dragon released after I quit though. You know if Belus and AION are coming? Yes, they are. Next, we are going to get Sanctum and Pandemonium, and we are going to get the housing districts, and then after that we're gonna get Belus and AION. Although that's probably going to be like the level 55 patch later down the lane. Honest pack, or they're going to pretend that nothing happened. So far, radio silence. Make Dredgen great again. I think Battlegrounds are, I think, as close as Dredgen as we're gonna get in this game. Yeah, pretty much Rico's. Like, Wednesday on release, get all characters to 22 to start building energy. And then you focus on your character on Thursday to get it to level 45, do all of your sealed dungeons, all of your side quests, right? And then you have Friday to start doing some like grind on your ults. Saturday you do sieges and so on and so forth, and then you go from there, right? Concept, yeah. Dredgen was sick, and I do hope we'll get some equivalent, but I don't know if they want to do that in this game, because like the thing with Dredgen is that Dredgen was like a 45 minutes instance, you know what I mean? And they don't really want shit to take more than 5 to 10 minutes in this game. Like, they want everything to be very bite-sized, because it's meant to be like modern and casual friendly and so on and so forth. So yeah, I don't know. Will we release a guide to summarize everything for release? Yep. I'll have guides for everything. Like, I'm going to update guides that I have already made for global, and I'll make a bunch of guides to fill in the blanks, including guides for the early dungeons that I haven't made yet. For a raid. I mean, progging in AION2, progging in AION2, like, you're still going to make time for, right? But the game doesn't really force your hand in terms of like spending more than 5 to 10 minutes on shit at a time. Like, dungeons are like 5 to 10 minutes, BGs are 5 to 10 minutes, sieges are 5 to 10 minutes, you know what I mean? The show is nice. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm here. Somebody's got to do it. AION2 is better as that game than AION1. Yeah. I mean, again, AION1 was a sandbox PvP game. AION2 is a theme park PvE game. Like, that is built for a modern audience. From the ground up. When does my T2 sub kick in? Oh, yeah, right. I forgot about that. Can't fucking believe this shit. Although you're there. I mean, honestly, not really. Like, the thing is, Hyper, maybe at some point in my life I was more impatient and stuff like that, and more demanding and so on and so forth. But as I've matured, I guess, like, you just kind of come to realize, like, as life hits you with like curveballs constantly, that it's honestly not that deep, and it's not really worth spending energy on stuff that isn't important. You know what I mean? You just kind of have to take things at face value and just focus on the important stuff. And getting upset at stuff and being negative about everything all the time only eats at you. It's all about nuance, you know? Better even hide Senate toxic now? Yeah. With all due respect, can we stop spinning? Unfortunately, we cannot. That's just the essence of this instance. 360 no scope on Ranger, yeah, pretty much. Like, I'm manually tap targeting, right? So I have to turn my camera to target the mobs, right? That's the thing. On soft audio settings? What do you mean, Ipony? I don't have sound effects really high, to be honest. Does this game have auto combat? No. Like, the combat is not particularly difficult to get into, but there's no, you know, full-on automation on it. Auto setting, you can change how skill sounds in 3 different ways. Ah, I see. I never really, like, you know, mess with that too much, beyond, like, the audio levels. Oh, I have whatever is the default. But if I drop a nice sword and I want it as a skin, I cannot really get it apart from using the sword itself, and I have to unlock the skin randomly in the closet. Pretty much on me. Yeah. It's not like AION2 where you have to get the item itself to get the skin, right? Like, you can do it this way by dissolving the piece and try to get it as a skin, but the main way is going to be through closet combination. Target evolves to cast skills that auto target when casted. There's multiple ways to do it, Timon. You can have a automatic target when using a skill when it just targets the thing that's the closest, right? There is tap targeting and there is action as well. You're not wrong, Anchovy. Is it better for a cleric to unlock the shard of stigmas for points, or should I old gear first? AP is all going to go into stigma progression earlier. Because PvP gear doesn't fucking matter. Because PvP in itself doesn't fucking matter. Even if you care about PvP progression, PvE progression is going to come first. Because inherently PvE progression is intimately tied to your metal progression as well. So yeah, early on it's going to be only on stigmas. Meta Slave, what a name. Thanks for the prime, appreciate it. The one guy that's not asking me about how strong the class is the guy called Meta Slave. That's crazy work. Had to switch from YouTube, enjoy? Appreciate it, brother, appreciate it. Or sister, or everything in between, yeah. Did Ranger just get nerfed hard? Not really, no. Ranger is still a really solid class. Like, it lost a bit of DPS, but the crit change to both Blessing was too much. Okay. Are you being based? What is that supposed to mean? Yo, Castform. Equalize PvP, what is the skill expression? Do you track CDs or CC breaks, and what is chess match for winning? The equalized PvP battlegrounds are mostly about teamwork, quite honestly, like about working with your group in order to rat the points on the side while holding the main group, right? And then for the rest, obviously, like from class to class, your individual job is gonna be slightly different. But it's also about moving the people in the right place and getting the right objectives at the right time. Alright, the Gamba is coming, chat. Prepare your points. Is it hard to push new character to Thorn Care without the growth support? Yeah, it is. Like, if you're gonna be playing right now, I'm gonna be honest, you either grab the sub to grab the growth support to, like, make it to endgame and then, like, get a flow of your class, get used to the systems, etc, etc. And if you refuse to do that because you don't want to spend money on Taiwan, which, fair enough, just get your characters to level 45, get a feeling for them to, like, maybe, you know, have a preemptive idea of what main you want to pick, maybe dabble with a couple of systems, and just drop the game until global. That is my recommendation. Alright, next. Time to lose 3.1k, or maybe win everything. Basically, equalized PvP relies so much on skill management and knowledge, it really needs skill. Yeah, I mean, it's very... Okay, there is some dependency on, like, your matching in terms of the classes as well. Because, let's say, your team gets matched without a Cleric against a team that does have Cleric Channel Templar, for example. You're just kind of going to fall over and die, right? But assuming equal, like, gear comp and everything, it's going to be about teamwork, about focusing the same people at the same time, about applying the right debuffs at the same time. And then in terms of the objective itself, it's going to be about splitting the group and ratting the points at the right time and keeping an eye on it all throughout. The playable class, how strong are you? I mean, yeah. Like, Ranger, like, the thing is for PvE DPS, every DPS, like, even when accounting for the changes, every DPS is, like, pretty close to each other when it comes to long-term fights, right? When it comes to the raids, you know what I mean? Everything kind of evens out to be very close to each other. When it comes to, like, more casual content, like dungeons, some classes are a bit ahead because some classes are a bit more, like, you know, reliant on burst, and burst damage is obviously strong on shorter fights, like a Spy Assassin, for example. But broadly speaking, brother, we are talking about content that is going to die within 30 seconds to a minute anyways. So it doesn't really matter. And then when you look at PvP, Ranger is honestly doing pretty good. It used to be the strongest on the back end of Season 3. It dropped off a bit because of the nerfs to knockback and so on and so forth. But it's still doing really good, you know what I mean? So yeah, I would say Ranger is overall, like, strong. Like, when it pertains to the topic of DPS in PvE, specifically for, like, group PvE, we kind of can't really give a shit about it right now until we get higher-end content, which we don't have right now. Like, we don't have Sanctuary, we don't have a Transcendence that actually requires you to play the game, you know what I mean? Immediate is goes to information. Well, there's going to be some more spinning involved when I go on SM, but yeah, for the time being, it's going to be like running in circle situation. You need a decent build for Ranger, I guess. Every class does. For PvE, every class builds the exact same and wants to go for the exact same stat, and it's just as reliant as the next class to build it. Some classes struggle a bit more to hit the caps. Like, some classes have less inherent crit and stuff like that. Like Cleric, for example. Cleric has terrible baseline crit. So it takes a bit more to, like, make the crit caps and everything. But even then, it's not particularly difficult or anything. And it's still, broadly speaking, the same as the other classes. Your HUD is very clean. Wow, thank you. Original HUD, do not steal. But more seriously though, like, if you want to use the same HUD as me, you can just ping me on Discord and I can link you my code. Some people have asked in the past. The only thing that you have to keep in mind is, because I'm playing on such a weird resolution, like, my HUD fits my screen, but it may not fit yours, you know? I'm not sure on Templar if I should go block or accuracy build. Accuracy. For PvP, full DPS. You build for accuracy and DPS. Building for block as a Templar is a huge mistake. How does normalization work in arenas? Guess corner. The equalized PvP content fully normalizes the stats, as well as the skill levels and the passive levels and everything. So absolutely nothing like clashes with it. It's fully equalized. The only thing that I guess you have an input on is, like, the strength of your scrolls, which is completely irrelevant. It's like, oh, I have 5% more movement speed. Doesn't fucking matter. So yeah, it's all equalized. Like, basically you can reach level 45 and then you do the equalized PvP and you're gonna have the same stat as even, like, a high-end endgame level 50, like, giga juiced build. It's all normalized. Why is it a mistake to go block? So let me walk you through this, right? If you play in PvP, like, let's say 1v1 scenario, right? So You encounter someone in 1v1. You attack them. Let's say they have block as well, and you have block too. Or evasion, or, you know, whatever defensive, right? Either of you is going to do 0 DPS to each other. You will not be able to kill, each other, and ultimately, you're going to have to just abandon and move on to something else, right? That's the first case scenario. Second case scenario, you encounter someone that has accuracy. It's easier to build accuracy than it is to build block or evasion. And as a result, that guy is probably going to have more accuracy than you have block, and is going to be able to like slice through you like butter. And the thing is, your block is not going to work, but you will not have the DPS to hit them because you are invested into block, right? That's the case scenario number 2. So you just lose against someone who's built into accuracy. Case number 3, you meet someone that isn't accuracy, but it's also not built for defensive. So you're able to kill them, right? But you would have been able to kill them even if you were fucking naked, because it probably means they just have no gear. Whereas if you build for accuracy, you will always be able to fight and kill whichever target you engage regardless of their build. And this is why you only build for accuracy in PvP. Accuracy, crit, and damage boost. Active block, yeah. The active block you do use though. 100% you do. Because the active block just fully negates omnidirectionally and allows you to activate your passives. That one you do run, but like the actual block stat, you don't run that. And that's kind of true of every class, by the way. Like endgame PvP, you're just building for offense. Like the only exception is Cleric in situations where you play Cleric in the group setting. Open world PvP? No, I'm just doing corridors on shitty ults. I was doing open world PvP for the last like hour and a half though. Just doing my quests. No real scenarios to do evasion either. Evasion is a bit different because evasion is purely built on Ranger and Assassin. And the thing with Ranger and Assassin is both of them have skills and passives that allows them to like build evasion that is higher than the maximum accuracy. Now that being said, for Ranger specifically, quite frankly, you're probably better off just building full offense anyways. But for Assassin, there is a case to be made for evasion because the evasion amount that you can reach with the buffs is actually really high. Thanks for the follows in. Other blue, yeah. Yeah, this character is like straight shit from an ass. I got it to level 45 and that's about the extent of the of the investment it got. Working every piece of gear, I'm throwing the dexterity. I mean, he probably just has multiple set image, but I can tell you right now, like the best gladiator sale involves accuracy, not block. Having Counter-Strike up 24/7 doesn't fucking matter. Because if you encounter an accuracy target, he's not gonna block, because you cannot build enough block, you just can't, right? Against a properly juiced player. And if you encounter another block target, then he's not gonna do damage. It's just math. Like, it's just like common sense, you know? Why people stop leveling 45 for ult? Because to reach level 50, you need Moham and Elton access, which requires you to like have a certain idleable and combat power on your ult. Hello, pizza. For PvP, block is bad for PvP too. I'm talking about PvP here. For PvE, you're not even building accuracy. You're just building you're building smite, attack, crit, and you're building smite and attack, and you have just enough crit and accuracy to make up the checks. Do not get parried and stuff like that. Depends on population maturity, if you will. PvP. Yeah, I mean, that is one thing I guess that is worth noting, is that really early into the game's lifespan, evasion is probably going to be meta. And the reason why is because I'm not going to have the... People won't have their Divinian board finished. They won't have a proper genius setup. Like, people are going to have Z accuracy, right? So evasion... Evasion is... Evasion is going to be meta for like 2 or 3 weeks. Well, yeah. But like the question is, do you really want to invest? First of all, yeah, I would not invest into PvP gear, right? Early on, because PvP gear is worthless in terms of progression. PvP as a whole is just worthless, especially early on, right? So I wouldn't invest into that to begin with. I would especially not invest into a PvP set that is going to serve you for like 2 or 3 weeks. That would be just stupid. But you know, to each their own. What are you spamming the gloves for? Closet progression. Demon. You'll see in just a bit, but if you are curious about what I'm using ults for, I do have a video up for that on my YouTube channel. It's like one of my latest videos. And it includes the exact reason why I'm doing this. What are we gambling on? Today is my day too, so I smell profit. High Command the Mace. High Command the Mace skin. Through Closet Gambling. I do have 2 more characters to run through though. What game is this? AION2. It should be in the title on YouTube, right? Oh, 3 more characters actually. I forgot my channel. How would you rate Assassin on the fun factor? Assassin's pretty fun. But Assassin is one of these classes where if you are the type of individual that gets tunneled when you do DPS and stuff like that, and you are like, you lose like orientation easily, probably don't go Assassin, because Assassin keeps doing gap closes that like flips it around the boss. How important profession is like gathering, etc. Ethics will follow Yuko. Everyone does crafting, no one does gathering in the current like state of things. Gathering is like, it's basically identical to AION1. And realistically only bots do it, and then you just buy from the bots. So hopefully they change how it is. But yeah, everyone does crafting because crafting is just like part of your routine. Crafted gear is BIS, and you craft consumables regularly as well. But it's very simple though, it's just you get the ingredients, you press craft, and it crafts. Are classes gender locked? Nope. Will this game have a Southeast Asia server? No. At the best, the global version is going to have the Japan servers, which is going to be located in Korea. That's probably going to be your best bet if you're like Southeast Asian for ping and you want to be on global. Otherwise, the other option is the server I'm on right now, which is the Taiwan server. You can see the list. There's the server region is covered on Steam, right? I'm pretty sure. I play Korean and Taiwan. If you want to play right now, it's much easier to play on Taiwan, because Korea you're gonna have to jump through a couple of hoops. But the only thing that you have to keep in mind is that Taiwan is a bit of the Wild West. Like the economy is like mildly fucked because they don't really enforce bans on like RMT and stuff, but Taiwan is overall like the most accessible. Like it's a shithole, but it's easy to play on basically. I said I had to alt setup fill up character. Yeah. You can just go Taiwan. You will still need a gaming VPN though, because they do block regions outside of Taiwan. First time the early access servers will be separate from launch. Yep. There's no advantages for early access players. I mean, there's not really much of an advantage to begin with, but yeah. Not really. 5 days is fucking nothing. It's not even going to be a full week rollout. Like, all you're gonna get within 5 days is just more time to level up ults and stuff like that, like just to set them up, which in the grand scheme of things is not going to matter too much. And also, like, it's gonna be 5 days, but realistically there's probably going to be some like server downtime and stuff like that, so you're not even going to get the full 5 days anyways. Just say don't buy the 5 days. But the majority of the player base, I would say don't buy the early access now. The value is not good, and what you get from it isn't like, it's nothing special. Also, the early access servers is going to have a lot more like whales as well as Korean and Taiwan veterans, which inherently will make the environment more competitive. Which, if you're completely new to the game, that's probably not what you want, right? And then on the flip side, there's also going to be the fact that there's going to be a lot of like tourist content creators that will just hop in to play the game for 2 weeks to just like leech the views, and then will leave the game 2 or 3 weeks later. And when they do, that community is also going to leave, which will leave a hole in the server. But the early access servers are going to be running into that problem a lot more. So yeah, I would say for the majority of the player base, just play on the full release servers. You will get the usual midnight release, lose the 1 day, let's go baby. Possibly, yeah. Yeah. And market value for the whale. Yeah, like the flip side of that is if you want to just play the market, and let's say you just want to like fully invest at the beginning into selling your Kina to the whales, you're gonna make bank on the Kuna. And then down the line, that's going to allow you to get your battle passes and skins for free. And maybe eventually like reinvest into buying Kina boxes to like make a benefit, basically. There's pros and cons to both. But in terms of like actual advantage, that one thing that people like don't really understand either is not only is 5 days nothing, not only are you not going to get the full 5 days, not only are they separated, but the packs are really expensive and gives you nothing, right? So even if you want to argue the pedantics of like the cost, if you just go on the full release servers and you wait a month and then you spend that money to just buy Kuna, to buy Kina boxes, it's going to give you infinitely more in terms of like of an advantage on your progression than those 5 days would ever give you. So don't stress the early access, don't get FOMO over it. Get it if you want to play the game earlier, but that's it. Not playing any content for all, at least not anything super endgame content. Not really Metaslave, because like the season 1 content is going to be very easy and power crept early on. Season 1 is a setup season. Trust me. Season 1 doesn't fucking matter. And let's say, even if it's say, oh no, I'm gonna have access to Ludra 1 week later. Oh no. So what? The loot in there is fucking random. Even if you clear 1 week earlier, you're not gonna get shit. You know what I mean? How much Kina can I buy for 10 bucks? I mean, that's going to depend on like the thing is, the swiping in this game is player driven. So whatever X amount is going to get you is going to depend on like the state of the player run economy. We'll make Cleric current guide, prepare for integralities. I'm going to be making entry-level guides for every class. That's going to introduce like, you know, what the class does, what your expectations for the class should be, as well as like some light macro introduction and what you should be focusing on first in terms of like your soul binds for passives and active skills and arcanas as well. Do we have a clue for what kind of content we'll get though? Like you mean for the patch? Yeah, we're getting season 1. We're getting season 1. Is there a PvP mode with same gear and stats or only skills matter? Yeah. Battlegrounds. Battlegrounds is 10v10 equalized, and we're gonna get another one soon, which is gonna be a battle royale where 100 players are going to get dropped into a map, and you're gonna have to find equipment and fight for your survival, and it's gonna be equalized. Going to make a guide to do content or just with friends? Oh, a guild to do content. All right. I'm not going to make a Legion now. I'm just going to like be playing with my pre-made, and when it comes to like interacting with my community or answering questions and everything, I'm just going to keep it to my Discord and the stream. Ultras NC. I mean, they said it. Like on the Japanese live stream, they said we would get the same content that Korea and Taiwan got on release, and the speed of the updates will be dependent on the player feedback. So we're gonna get season 1, and the length of the seasons is going to be dependent on player progression speed and player feedback. Like that's basically exactly what they told us. Got done too many times. I mean, sure, right? I get that, Metaslave, but that is as obvious and baseline as it gets. Like, my question to you is, what the fuck else would they do with the content release? Release season 3 for no reason? No, right? It doesn't make any sense. So of course we're going to walk through all of the different like seasons. The only thing where there's any debate is the speed of the seasons. Is it going to be a sped up schedule? Is it going to be the usual 2 months long seasons? That we don't know. But the content release schedule is going to be that. The other thing that we know is it's going to be season 1, yes, but it's going to be with the current QL and balance, which inherently will power creep the content, by the way. So nice content like the day with Throne and Rider or time. Nah, even season 1 had more shit than Throne release. Throne was barely a functional video game, dude. But what I can tell you though is that the content will be piss easy in season 1. Absolutely no challenge at all. You won't even need to try or like to gear up particularly. Everything's going to fall over and die. So don't stress it too much. I know season 1 Ludra and I mean Ludra didn't okay, Ludra had like some very light nerfs that weren't really so much nerf as they were like addition of like grounding indicators and stuff, which wasn't too much. But it's mostly the fact that we're gonna have a sped up genius farm and more class power, you know? High attack speed, better combos, better build stigmas, and that inherently is going to power creep the content, right? Like the QL is going to power creep the content. Don't get me saying start season the better. I don't necessarily agree because season 1 is kind of shit. Season 2 is where the game starts to pick up in terms of like progression and everything. So yeah. And like the thing is, overall this game, in both in terms of its content and everything else, has quickly be getting better. You know what I mean? So like I would never go back to one of the early seasons. Like in the current state of things, I would never go back, right? It's the game just straight up got better. But the faster we get to the latest shit, the better, to me at least. But we will start with the early stuff. I don't anything is hard unless you're heavily undergeared. I mean, I wouldn't say the PvE is particularly hard, but the later season content was harder. Like the PvE in terms of like mechanical difficulty has been ramping up slowly over time. And right now the latest raid is Cleric, and when you compare like Cleric to Ludra, Cleric is a much harder fight. You know what I mean? What do you use all these ults for? If you look on the pinned, the pinned comment, or on my YouTube channel, I uploaded a video that fully explains everything that ults do and what I'm using them for. I would recommend checking it out if you're curious about it. So we're playing during season 1. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be stuff to do, but nothing is going to be difficult. And you're not going to have to try too hard or like rush your gear or anything in specific to be able to do it. Because everything's going to be fairly easy. What the fuck are the mobs, dude? What's your plan for the first week? A lot of ults, you're focusing on a main, like how picking. I'm gonna be making ults, yeah. I do have some like overall plans where I'll see exactly what extends to like week 1, week 2, etc, etc. I'm going to focus on I'm gonna be making ults early on. I will get them like corridor ready early on, as well as ascension trial ready early on. And I'm gonna focus on skipping the early dungeons on my main to get straight into Cremede. by utilizing my ult, right? And same for the Arcanas. I'm gonna jump straight to gold Arcanas. And then I'm going to focus on crafting, making crafted accessories, building towards making an ebony weapon, right? And go from there. Which Kina is bound and which isn't? I know Abyss Kina is not bound. Bound Kina comes from Silentium, which you get from doing solo content, and from running the out of content dungeons. So like if I do like a 3 or 4 star dungeon, that's gonna give me Bound Kina, right? As well as like from cubes and stuff like that. Cleric again? Nah. I'm probably going to main Templar on global. First AION game, do you have a video on your channel for tips and tricks for things to focus? Zim, I do have guides for like a litany of things. I do have a guide that goes over all of the systems and content, although it's not completely up to date because the game has gotten updated since. But you can get a broad idea on this. I have like system guides that are same thing, mostly accurate but maybe slightly outdated on stuff. I have dungeon guides for like all of the different dungeons and raids and everything since season 1. And I will be making, and thanks to the follow the trail, I will be making fully up-to-date guides for just about everything you can think about closer to the release of global. So like throughout the later end of August as well as all throughout September, I'll be releasing like a bunch of guides for everything. AION2 is they come from Pyramid XL5 with most efficient way ahead of trend. Yeah, I mean it is what it is, C9, right? Obviously, the game has been out for 8 months on Korean and Taiwan, and people who are familiar with the games will have a game plan going in. It's just kind of inevitable, right? What made you choose Templar? I just want to play a support adjacent class that is also going to be decent at 1v1 PvP. And basically I was left between Chanter and Templar. The people I'm likely going to be playing with already have a Chanter, so Templar it is. I'm going to, before launch, yeah. You can already like skim through my YouTube channel to get a broad idea. Although do keep in mind some stuff is like slightly outdated because the game is moving fast with its like updates. How does enhancing gear work? Can it break like some other MMOs? No, it cannot break. If you fail enhancing, you build pity. And you keep building pity until the enhancement succeeds. And overall, like, enhancing is very straightforward and simple. Templar scales out the game. The Templar stonks have been steadily rising all throughout the game. Like, overall, the class is in a good spot. Like, the Templar is a strong class. And just getting a bit of PvP power with the recent patches, yeah. Like, Dark Crush actually nukes people in PvP right now. So it's decent. It's not the best, but it's, you know, it's decent. Eventually you get your enchant? Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's no really going backwards on your progression with this game. And there's not really anything like wasting time enhancing anything, because you can keep, when you enhance a piece of equipment, you can keep transferring it into your next upgrade, and you keep everything. Except for very specific stuff. But you keep your enhancement and you keep your soul binds. Is your group from Global going to run Champion Cleric or just one of them? Yeah, we're gonna have both. I use resource on early gear and stuff. Yeah, kinda yes and no, but I'm going to be doing like making early progression guides, yeah. Can you do that infinite amount of times? The transferring, yes. Transferring and upcrafting is unlimited and always guaranteed. Much less frustration? Yeah. Also again, like Throne? Not really, because Throne you had to redo your traits every time, and you only transferred part of the enhancing. With this game, you keep everything. And also with crafted equipment, you can keep upgrading it to like the next tier of crafted, and you keep everything as well when you do that. And upgrading the crafting tier also accounts for the materials you've already used, so you just have to use like the missing mats to upgrade to the next tier. Which character we choose, as long as the gameplay feels good, any character can handle endgame? Yeah. Every class is viable for everything. There's no bad class in this game. It's a better version of Thrones. I mean, to some extent, yeah, but But then again, yes and no, because the transferring system at Throne was just like a lot more bare bones, right? You just transferred part of the XP and like that's it. This is just like everything transfers over. And also there's no cost, right? In Throne you had to pay like Solent. In this game, you basically sacrifice some dungeon gear. Like when you get dungeon gear that you don't need, you break it down into a material that you use to transfer equipment, basically. And you always have like a ton of those available. I've never made a stream with this pace of keeping up with the avalanche of discussion questions. I mean, ultimately, right? That's the point. Streaming is about chat interaction, right? And if I was just going to be like playing the game without answering any of you guys, what would be the point? I'm not here to collect a paycheck. I'm here to teach people about the game, to help people enjoy the game, because I care about the game doing well. And there's a lot of misinformation going around about the game, so yeah, that's why I'm here. And I'm pretty decent at multitasking, so I'm able to still play the game while I do that. With that said, my voice do be dying sometimes, especially on the long streams, but it's okay. At the approach in Yotara, yeah. I mean, it's all about having a nuanced take on stuff in life. That it's not even like just about games and stuff. It's just nothing is black and white, you know. So yeah. How about bandwidth bot issues? So on the Korean servers, they have a firm grasp on botting and AION2ing and everything. On Taiwan, they don't do shit. It's the wild fucking west. So the hope is that global is gonna be managed better than Taiwan, but that we're gonna have to wait and see. Oreos are black and white. I would argue that Oreos are like a shade of brown. It's like a really dark brown, you know. That interaction, he says that he's just ignored the most intelligent guy in his chat. I mean, you know, Raiden, sometimes things are done on purpose. I'm just a bit worried about the pay-to-win aspects. It's one of my most turn-off for MMOs if I go enjoy this one. I mean, let me just be completely transparent with you. Is the game pay-to-win? Yes. You can swipe to get power in this game, which inherently makes the game pay-to-win. Does the game force your hand to swipe? Will you ever have to swipe to do anything in this game? No. I have been playing this game since day one for 8 months. I've only ever paid for the sub. No battle pass, no extra swiping, nothing. And I've always been able to do the hardest PvE content on day one with no problem. And I've always been able to keep up on my PvP gear on the baseline level to be competitive, right? Even the biggest of whale is not going to roll me over. And that's with me keeping up with the game on a baseline level. I'm not even tryharding. I'm playing this game like, what, 20 hours a week, right? Which for like an MMO, and especially a KMMO standard, is not much. You can get that done in a weekend, right? So make of that what you will. Again, it's not all black and white. Can you swipe? Yes, but to me the swiping mechanic is more of a... It's more of a... Do you have infinite money and you just want to use it? Sure, go ahead. Or are you trying to catch up with the content when you come in mid-season and there's no catch-up mechanic? Then that's going to be useful. Do you... Or something like, do you have fucking 5 minutes a week to play because you have like 15 wives and 3 dogs and a goldfish? Then that's there for you as well. But for a player, for an actual MMO player, like someone like me that just plays the game and goes through the content, you're never gonna have to swipe. Never, ever, ever. And that I can absolutely guarantee you that. And that's playing on Taiwan, which is the server that is the most fucked with AION2. So if I'm able to do that on Taiwan, you're gonna be able to do that on global like fucking easily. Holy. When is the global release? September. Well, technically early October. Which recent new MMO isn't pay to win? Yeah, I mean, online gaming in general is always going to be like pay to win, or, you know, have unfair advantages and so on and so forth. It's all about whether the game systems forces your hand into interacting with those, which, quite frankly, this game is very generous to the regular person. The outlet is there if you want to do it, but it's very far from being forced. Very far. Alright, one more. Can you dodge skills with assassin and movement to back iframes? I mean, you can dodge, but you don't have iframes on your gap closers, if that's the question. And you also have a manual block, just like other mini classes. Yes, that's a joke. Thanks for coming to my TED talk. Yeah, the gladiators are not winning the allegations. Are the blue brooches the best at the moment? Nope. The best brooch comes from the latest raid, Cleric. Ah yes, the goldfish. Now I remember why waiting for AION2 is pointless. The tank fish. Yeah. Can you buy Kina through the marketplace? Yes. It's a play around, like, basically think of it like legal AION2, where NC-Self gets a cut, essentially. Which functionally kind of does the same thing as any other game, because like AION2 is always going to be rampant in any game, so it kind of doesn't change anything. Can you see the video of why you ult? Oh Vanity, at the top of the chat on Twitch, there's a pinned video. That's the video. Do you need to have ults, or is it okay to main in AION2? Well, Don Juan, same answer. I have a, like, at the top of the comments, I have a pinned video that fully explains exactly what ults get you, why you want or don't want to run ults, and how much time they're going to take you per week. So there you go. And like, watching the video is going to like provide you with a more complete answer than whatever I could cook for you right now. Because there are nuances to it. $5-10 for 10 million Kino. It depends on the economy. It also depends whether you're going through legal or illegal routes, like, you know. But yeah, broadly speaking, I can, again, the only thing that I can tell you, and this is not me being a shill or anything, like, because I know people tend to just look, the internet is black and white, right? If you don't shit on something, you're a shill. If you shit on something, you're a hater. There's no black and white, right? But for me personally, again, I've been playing the game for 8 months. Only the sub, no battle pass, no extra swiping, no nothing, whether it's through legal or illegal means. And I've been able to keep up with the game while being chilling, with absolutely no problems. So, yeah. I've never felt forced to swipe in any way, shape, or form. I've never even felt tempted. Hopefully they add the auto loot patterns on the server. I mean, yeah, that would be neat, I guess. Although, like, auto looting in this game, broadly speaking, isn't really necessary. So, player interested in PvP and AP gears, the specific criteria understanding which APs have to grind for. Does it make sense to get T1 AP gear, grind T2 to T4 AP gear? So, sec fault, there's multiple things to look at that. That's going to be the topic of one of the video I'm going to make, but the thing is, it doesn't matter what tier of PvP gear you get, you can upgrade it into the next tier without any loss. You're just going to compensate with the missing AP and medals, and the medal and the medals compensate for the medal gambling differential, if that makes sense, right? So you can start for Decanus and work your way through High Commander, and you're not going to lose anything. With that said, the other question that you have to ask yourself is, because PvE progression is essential in this game, you're always going to want to focus on PvE progression first, which means you will juice your PvE set first. And in some cases, your PvE equipment is going to be slightly better because of the raw stats than the early PvP pieces, right? So in some cases, you're going to want to jump straight to like a later piece of PvP gear and just stay PvE to begin with, right? There's some nuances to that, but that's kind of the short answer of that. I don't care for pay to win. I've played AION pay to win, then I played TNL pay to win. 2 weapon for 6,000 USD for just for the game to die in 3 months. Holy based, yo, can you just drop that like to me? You know, like, I'm gonna be honest, if you donate $6,000 right now in this channel, I'm going to like make a JPEG of a weapon with like infinite damage and send that to you on Discord. Same result, right? $607 is released. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, on Throne, I always remain fully free to play because it was so fucking easy to be fully free to play on this game and still beat this. Like, I had like all of the Arc Boss weapon you could think about. I had Eclipse, Like, my guild had the castle, I was Imperator in Arena. I didn't spend a single cent in that fucking game. Is it better to kill mobs in the Abyss alone or in a group? Will Cleric do... I mean, it's more time efficient if you do it as a group, I guess. But if you want to farm potential stones, doing it solo is going to be the way to do it. Every class is okay to grind mobs overall. Some classes are a bit better to do it. Like, Ranger is the uncontested king of grinding shit in the Abyss, but you can do it on every class. TNL was a joke, yeah. TNL was a bad game, but TNL had some good ideas, and it was okay to, like, fill in the blank just to have fun for a couple of months, but fundamentally it was just a bad game. Just from the ground up, it was built terribly, and it was never going to last. Speaking of JPEGs, I remember one glass cannon GPS dude spending 6 hours to explain what NFTs are the future. Yeah. During time when I was season 3, season 4, whatever, because season 1. Yeah. Technically this is season 4, but it's called chapter 1 because they just want to feel special now. But yeah, Global is gonna get season 1. Yeah, no growth and no brawler. How's brawler? I couldn't fucking tell you because I've never played with one. I haven't played the class and I haven't really encountered the class. It doesn't seem anything special. And I don't really give a shit because it's not going to be on global. So, you know. We upload Taiwan once a year release to practice content before we get it. Maybe, Mappa. Maybe. Since we're going to be behind, I might keep up with the Taiwan content, yeah. But I'm going to be focused on global first and foremost, so yeah. I'll have to wait and see. Also going to depend on like whether the people, like the pre-made I have on Taiwan still play on Taiwan or not. Because like if I don't have a pre-made anymore, like fucking honk shoe, dude. Whenever on it, the copy of the kit. It's the same. Well, there you go. Maybe someone can correlate. Maybe we have some brawler and Joey in chat, but probably not. Some of the same animations, yeah. I mean, AION Classic released a brawler class. Like, it's literally called brawler. It had the same gauge mechanic. It has the same everything, right? So, you know, it's just your typical like anti-soft hand-to-hand combat class, I guess. But it doesn't seem OP or anything, which was, I know, what was one of the concerns. Been playing on the Taiwan server. They keep have AION2 army, yeah. Urban global. I mean, there's some inherent systems they should change on global to, like, you know, make it harder for bots to exist. Like, namely making the keener drops in the open world bound, and changing some of the systems like gathering, because gathering is purely a bot activity right now. But broadly speaking, it's going to like boil down to management. And how much NCA gives a shit about, you know, managing those. Alright. The gamble is coming, chat. Prepare your points. I'm going to run the... You know what? I'm going to run the gamble now. Alright. Will I get the High Commander Mace skin? Question mark? Yes. No. You get 2 minutes. Gamble away. High risk, no rewards, baby. Is there a class that's more forgiving for a free-to-play player? Does every class record the same amount? Every class builds the exact same, and I would never play free-to-play on this game. Get the sub. And if you get the sub, you will never have any trouble getting into content or doing anything. Now, that being said, right? That being said, obviously, if you play a DPS class, for PvE, people are going to look at your gear more, right? Whereas if you play a support class, you give other stuff to the group that isn't DPS, so people are not going to be as demanding on that. So, technically speaking, if you play support, it's going to be easier to get into shit, but fundamentally, it's not going to make a difference. Because none of the content is going to gate you behind swiping. None. Gumba. Big surprise? I don't think they will. The original idea of Tiana... for expensive people. I mean, it's just fundamentally TNL was just from the ground up poorly built. Like the dual weapon system was never going to work out. Centering the game around GVG PvP was never going to work out. And when they realized that it was a bad idea and they tried to pivot towards PvE, the PvE was so fucking trash that even the people who like had hopium for the PvE just dropped the game. So fundamentally nothing worked out in that game because it was just not built with like the modern standard of MMOs in mind. And it was also incredibly bugged and explodable left and right. It was just terrible. Alright, that's the last one. It's time, chat. It is time. Yeah, the gamble should be closing now, right? Yeah, close. Alright, the gamble is over. It's time. Alright, let me go to my boat. PvP and switch to PvP, yeah. Because ultimately the PvP in Throne was dog shit, but at least you had the niche of being like the GVG PvP game. The PvP was trash, but no other game did it, right? So ultimately people who like that, like for example the Russian players love it, they stuck with the game for that. And then when they killed it and tried to shift towards being more of a, you know, theme park PvE game, but then the PvE was dog shit, that was the nail in the coffin for the game. There's X forms. Yeah, this game has X forms. It's general and above though, and the X forms are not very strong. They just give you like a bit of stats and CC immunity. But it's the same X forms as AION2 otherwise. I can't build another 1k skins better got anything decent, I guess, because my class is 92%. Yeah, I mean, it's harder and harder to get skins as you go. Like, I have 86%. I'm almost done on the weapons, though. Like, the High Commander Mace is, like, one of the last thing I need. Alright. Will we get the Mace? Let me camel these first. 95. That's a lot of gambling, chat. No orange. Okay, I got some earrings at least. Okay, 2 oranges. That's the Tribunus feet. And ooh, the PvP chest piece skin. Okay. Damn. Okay, Horn Dragon headpiece. That's a funny headpiece, actually, the way it looks. Like, look. You know, I'm going to equip the skin for good luck. There we go. Look at this shit. 100% closet for the title? Nah. Like, closet completion is just for the collection system, just to get, like, a bit more stats. But I'm also seeking, like, actual skins to use. No orange. Yeah, I'm getting, like, one more try, but that's pretty much GG. Enchanted skill, just override light of protection. What do you run if you're running with a enchanter? I usually run Voice of Doom over LOP with a Enchanter. Ooh, one last chance, chat. One last chance. Will the believers get saved at the last second? Nope. That completes my Ezekiel skin though, so yeah, that counts for something. Well, let me do the payout. Unfortunate. Believers getting cooked again. Wow, someone went all in too. That's unfortunate. No. And prediction. Congratulations, non-believers. You won again. This headpiece is neat, but it's a bit much. You know what I mean? It's a bit much. Yeah, I think I like the subtlety of the cradle horns more. Yeah. That someone could have been me, but I need my fake internet chat money. Hell yeah. And for anyone that is wondering what you can do with channel points, you can use them to change the outfit of the avatar. And by outfit, I mean removing the helmet. Never believe, always win. Hell yeah. You Cleric main? Yeah, this is my main character on Taiwan. Okay. I mean, I guess I can do one run. It's 120. I do need to do ordeal. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do like a quick ordeal run, I guess. 800k. I would like to do 15. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let me just change my stinger first. Alright. Lock in. I think this one had no death allowed, right? The one time I believe in it still fails. Yep. How's the PvP 9.2? Can you just run into enemy players in PvP essentially anywhere? It's restricted to specific areas and battlegrounds, and areas like Rifting have PvP toggles, so PvP is opt-in, and I mean, broadly speaking, PvP is completely optional in this game. I'm going to put a res, I guess. Do we have res available? If not, I guess I'll just run. Okay, we don't. Let me just run restills then. Since Cleric has been somewhat made more balanced, are you saying Cleric main for global switching up? I do like where Cleric is at right now, but I'm going to be playing another class, just because I want to play a class that is a bit better for solo PvP. So I'm probably going to be playing Templar, most likely. Yeah, just go DPS is alright. Could be fine. PvP, you want to say... Well, you could just unflag yourself. Yeah, pretty much. Like, specifically in the Abyss, there's no PvP flag, but... If you just want to be like a purely PvE focused player, you will never have to interact with the Abyss or PvP in general. And even if you really want to utilize the PvP side and to their fullest as a PvE player, like let's say you get a bit more money to like sell the PvP adjacent stuff, as well as get your stigmas a bit faster, you will never have to like make a PvP set or like do fully engaged 1v1 PvP or anything. Shut the fuck up. Can you have buffs on party frames going right side? No, unfortunately you can't right now. That is one thing I wish they would add. Because I would have my buffs on the other side if I could. Over here with the folks as a cleric have spent too much time in this location, yeah. I mean, this is the trial version of this dungeon, so it's based off of the hard mode and it's slightly more juiced up. And also you're not allowed to die. You're not allowed to die, and there's a very like strict, very small time limit to beat the dungeon. When sieges come for people like N1 Fortress, Divine Siege, there's no siege right now. There is siege, but it's artifact sieges. So you're just fighting over a boss to gain control of an artifact. They have said we're gonna get Castle Siege though later on, and it's probably going to be a Divine Fortress based on like how they have been handling the Abyss 3D stuff. Is he able to get it? Alright, nice. I don't play and play with PvP, so it's entirely open world. I mean, there is open world PvP, right? But it's just that the PvP in this game is secondary. I'm dead. Like, AION2 is PvE first. Like, it's a theme park PvE MMO, whereas AION1 was a sandbox PvP MMO. Bit different. And magic immunity. Divine Fortress controlled by the Shigo, yeah. Yeah, we'll see exactly how it is, but I'm looking forward to it for sure. Doing such content, always people get nervous. Yeah, I mean, so far, like, the content pacing and the speed at which they have been ramping up mechanics and stuff like that for PvE has been satisfactory. Like, the PvE in this game is competent. It's very competent. Like, it's good, it's fun. I do hope they will release harder PvE content, right? Because right now, I would say the PvE is maybe on the slightly easier side, but overall, it's still satisfactory, I would say. We got a level 55 increase? Yeah, maybe. I mean, we kind of have yet to get a proper new Abyss area with Chapter 1, but you know. I ready to go from Relic Space to Cleric on Sweet Pace, or at some point. Good DPS class, max range sweat play. Every class plays the same. Like, the DPS rotation is the fucking same for every class. Only difference is that it's gonna be melee, and I'm gonna have to, like, use my manual block to proc Fury for the group. Like, that's it. Is there any reason to do Vacron now? This is the trial dungeon for this season. So yes, you do it once a week, this trial, to get tokens to buy shit in the trial shop. Does this game have iframes? Yes. You have dodging, and the start of your dodge gives you a few iframes to perfect dodge, and that negates all of like CC and damage if you do perfect dodge. Although obviously you can do it for everything. And then melee classes have a manual block that gives them iframes for a couple of seconds. What's the biggest raid right now, size-wise? 10 men. Sanctuary is this game's raid, and it's 10 men. Alright, lock in. I'm sure you played AION1. I played AION1 for 15 years. Our Templar was a pretty strong PvP compared to Templar to AION2. They're just completely different games, but overall Templar is pretty solid. I wouldn't say it's as good as AION1 Templar though, because AION1 Templar was legitimately one of the best classes in the game. If you played it properly and had the proper gear sets and everything. Eight men, a few Flame Boys, yeah. Right now, yeah. But the next raid is going to be fully dedicated to 10 men, right? So. And thanks for the follow, just Dog Justice. Or duck injustice, rather. I'm dead, aren't I? Yeah. Wow, that stun was fucked. There's nothing I can do about it. Well, that's... I mean, my DPS is not the most important, so maybe they have this, although DPS is a bit low. Do people make pre-made groups for the 10-man? Yes. You can pug it, but pugging it is a bit of a nightmare. Do your rough and electric template the same way you do on Cleric. Right now on Cleric you weave LMB and your E proc. RMB has fallen off in PV. It's a DPS loss. Maybe I'll DPS some of them? Nah, 100% not. Yeah, might be Jover. Because the Glad died. 50 seconds left. Damn, that stun was fucked. Like, I got stunned as soon as I could act. And I was too far, and the spawn, like, the safe spot was on the opposite side of me. That's fucked up. Yeah, no, that's GG's. Yep. I don't know if they want to try again, but... Kawi Hunter, thanks for the sub. Oh, they're giving up. Well, adding another group, I guess. EtherTech Gaming, man. Why do we have so many EtherTech fans in this chat? It's crazy. Easy dungeon, by the way. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, trials specifically, like, they're not particularly mechanically intensive, but if you get hit by anything, you get one shot, and you cannot resurrect, right? So, yeah. I mean, I guess I can do 14 if there's a 14. 14 is fine. But this guy is not here. But I kind of got wombo comboed by the boss there. 16, 16. And 13. I guess I can make my way with 14. Yeah, I'll make my way with 14. Let's see, so how do you set this up? Yeah, it's this, right? Okay. The time limit, resurrection limit, I'll do this. And it's this, right? Actually, probably this. Yeah. But I did not update my tank. Right there. Anyway, I got one question. I may have one answer. What happens if someone decides to live middle of raid dungeon? Do you lose weekly daily rage? Nope. The raids, the weekly lockout is on the loot. Like, it basically when you kill the boss, that's when it takes the ticket away. Until then, you can infinitely attempt. Same for dungeons. Dungeons, there's just no restriction. It's just purely on opening the chest at the end. Can the same skill roll twice on the same ring? Nope. Only one. I mean, and that's true for every skill, for every stat, by the way, on Soulbinds. You can only roll the one stat, all skill, all passive, per piece of gear. Missing +1 on drill dart. Yeah, you're gonna have to get that probably from your chalice or from your scale then. That's where the Arcana grind comes in. But yeah, I feel ya. Godspeed on the skill levelings. Oh wait, we are doing the raid today? Wait. Brother. Man, I planned around the fact that we were not going today. Jesus Christ, man. And everyone wants to do 15, I guess, huh? I can try to join this guy, maybe. See. Get this guy. Okay. No channers. Yep, no channers. Let me just level new, please. Alright. Okay, Asylon telling who wouldn't be here. That was yesterday? I think yesterday is the day Asylon could not be here. I mean, bro, I don't know. I'm just getting pinged on their group chat, so I don't know. I mean, if we go, we go. If we don't go, we don't go. You know, at the end of the day, I'm around. Although I was... Like, I started streaming early today because I thought we wouldn't go, right? Otherwise, I would have done an 8 stream, but... You know, I saw on streaming right now. Well, there you go. Okay, we have 1 res, so I guess I'll suck it in the res. Raid time, yeah, we're just doing like I'm basically doing the normal mode, like the easy mode of the latest raid with like a shitty ult to help Soup's group. It's D's time, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're actually going because, like, right now he's like right now the guy that pinged us is saying, "Can you check with Stoops if he's here?" So I don't know, man. Because like Stoops, I think had the problem today or yesterday or whatever. And there's also like something about like a BDO event or something today. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's up. So. I guess we'll see. I mean, it would be nice to know because, like, if we go, I guess I just keep streaming. Otherwise, like, I was going to like stop streaming to go grab some food. I mean, I guess I can. I guess I can stop streaming, grab some food, and then just like stream again if we actually go, right? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, thanks for the follow, Metaslave. Get some food, bro. I mean, I would be getting some food. It's just I would just like be grabbing something quickly. Imagine eating sometimes. Yeah, man. Eating is cringe, and so is sleeping. Dude, I was so fucking fried yesterday. Like, going 2 days straight with basically no sleep was, potentially not the best battle plan I've had of all time. I'll be the first one to admit. But yesterday was like it wasn't so much a power nap. It was just a fucking like straight up nap throughout the entire day. I mean, I did some stuff, but I'm glad we didn't. I'm genuinely glad we didn't raid yesterday. I'm just gonna say that. And thanks for the follow, Thugitu. How much combat power you expect to have 1 week after global release? God, the thing is, I don't fucking know because combat power was not even a thing when the game came out, so I don't even know what the combat power value is for season 1 stuff. If you mean eye level, after a week I'm gonna be like 2.5k or something. Did you know Twitch Prime is free? It's true! For the low cost of pressing the funny blue button on your screen, you will be able to get free emotes. And get my eternal gratitude. Isn't that pretty cool? I think it is. You don't have this emote. Well, if there's any like 7TV emote or anything that you want me to add, you can just drop them in the suggestion box. I have most of the ones people like to use, but I don't necessarily have everything. Especially like the niche memes. Twitch Prime. Yep. Another melee phase. That works for me. Yeah, I mean, there's also the fact that last time we met up to do this fucking raid, someone was 1 hour late, right? So I kind of want to make you guys wait an hour. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish what I'm doing right now, and then I'm probably like gonna go take a food break and everything, and if we go, I'll just stream again. Yeah. How about that? I don't know about grabbing a Kibblisk. I think we realistically only have one pull, but... That was a bit of an attempted murder. Brawler and Iron Classic is OP. Also, I've heard, I mean, I've seen some dumb shit about Brawler and Iron Classic with like the invuln buff and everything. But yeah, Brawler and AION2 so far doesn't seem to be anything too special in terms of its performance. I keep forgetting he has this. I'm not getting fucked by this flower twice, dude. Fuck him. Guys. Well. Yeah, we have survivors at least. That's good. And the Rangers have one job, man. Literally one job. But there's puddles here. Holy, no. Now, which terrorist dropped this in the middle, dude? A mod value soon hit 100 viewers. I mean, I don't need mods for now, you know? The chat is nice, you know? As long as chat is nice, I won't need mods. I mean, Eventually I will, wait. Fuck's sake. This fuck-ass flower, dude. Second time this flower has done this to me. But yeah, eventually I will, but for now I think it's fine. Yeah, those flowers on pink suck ass. Is Chanta any good or people just prefer Cleric? Chanta's fine, but obviously, as of chapter 1, the Cleric stonks have gone back up in terms of like, if you have a single support, like, you kind of prefer to have a Cleric. Although Chandra is fine for the lighter content. Yeah, 1 minute is not gonna be enough. We behave. Yeah. So that says this skill is guaranteed to multi-hit is big deal. Multi-hit, same proc as my proc. Not quite. Not quite. I think it's like a fixed portion damage of the main hit, right? I can't remember exactly what the percentage is. I think it's like 15 or 20% extra damage. Like it's good, but it's not as good as like Smite. Smite is straight up just double damage. Afterward video, how do you get all these skills on your rings? Just singing with sing stones? Yes. You just spam sing stones on your rings until you get what you need. There's no funny tricks, it's just RNG. At least for now. Hopefully they will eventually like adjust the system. Wait. I guess we go again. I guess I should just keep my Defiance for this, honestly. If it's... I mean, honestly, Defiance would not have saved me, because, like, the stun rolled me back into the fucking one-shot. It wasn't even my stun, bro. You have to respec individually every time, do not have presets. For advanced stigmas, I do have to respec manually, yeah, unfortunately. Although they are aware that it sucks ass, and they will probably do something about it at some point. That's already fine. Will sub affect crafting? Sub will affect everything progression-wise. Now, crafting in itself doesn't inherently impact your ability to craft, but it's going to impact your ability to, like, buy materials, right? Are people really quit after one boss trial? Yeah, I mean for trials, yeah, because you only have time to attempt it once on trials. Now, whether the people remake the group afterwards, like, that depends sometimes, but typically if the run fails, people don't go again. Fine. Did I say pug group? Yeah. How hard is Templar for a new player, and will Templar be wanted for more than Gad for tanking? No class is particularly difficult to grasp or play. And I would say every class is pretty close to each other in terms of like how much brain power they require to play. Although some classes may be a bit less. Like Ranger is probably on the lower end of neuron activation. But yeah. And yeah, Templar is just solid all around. Like you're never upset to have a Templar. And if you have both Glad and Templar in the group, the Templar will be the one doing the tanking. So many ranges. Fine. And these guys are Star Dragon legs. Crazy work. I haven't seen those in a while. Is Spirit Master still considered a meme class? No, SM is overall like a strong class. It does really good PvE DPS. It has some fun gimmicks in PvP. It's in a solid spot. But it's not a very popular class, both because it's a pet class and people don't really give a shit about that, and also because it was shit early on, so a lot of people dropped it early on. Just mark it then. I plan to make my own gathering and sell what I make, not put it on. I mean, sure, but you will need the sub to do that. Do we have add-ons DPS meters in game? There are DPS meters, yeah, they exist. Although it's kind of a meme because none of them account for our DPS right now, so it's kind of whatever. Like if you want to see your own numbers, you can just use the in-game one. What is the image for Second Sanctuary 148? I can't find it. Game Master, I have on my Bargot guide on YouTube. In the comments, I have pinned the image for the 148. So you can find it there. Oh, yeah, Brawler. 777. Contribution for sieges calculated individually as our group. Our heals and taunt calculated. Contributions for world bosses and sieges is DPS contribution of your group on the boss. And heals and everything don't count. PvPing brings you a bit of extra contribution and everything, but the number one thing is going to be DPS on the boss, basically. And the rankings are like the rewards are handled on a class ranking basis, so you're going to be measured against people of your same class, basically. Oh man, everyone left. There's another 14 group here, but let me get some of that. Alright, I'll give this one last group a go, and then I think we'll wrap it up, so I have time to, like, yeah, do my due diligence before the raid. Alright, no channers. I guess I stay as is. Is Stoops around, actually? Hold on. I don't see him active. Yeah, I have my doubts, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why he's saying that we're going tonight. You'll restream at right night? Yeah. Like, I'll probably just, like, stop after this and then just grab some food. Do, you know, do what I gotta do. And then if we go, I'll just stream again. Shelf for flowers. I am. It's just, you know. I'm going to keep my defiance time, though. Probably still in bed. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the thing is, we should be killing the flowers, ideally, right? Specifically because of this. 2-3 hours from now? Okay, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, the thing is, usually he would give signs of life, but hasn't really been doing much of that. What do they eat in France? I'm probably just going to, like, I don't know, eat bourgogne tonight. Yeah, tonight is a bourgogne, is all I think. It's a bit of a peculiar layout for this. I got some ground beef from the butcher, so probably gonna make some bourguignon. Existence of this fucking mob though. I feel like they should have just removed it. I am a bit surprised though that trials are not on a weekly basis, on a weekly rotation. Considering it's like, it's basically just the hard modes with affixes. I feel like a seasonal rotation on these is maybe a bit much. Because it's gonna get a bit boring during background for like 2 months for this. I mean, I guess you only do it like once a week, but still, some variety would be nice. I could see this one being problematic. Here we go. Actually, quick question for you, chat. How many people came from Stoops in here? Just, you know, out of curiosity. Who? I don't know anyone. I came for you. Wow. Teleporting feels easier. I mean, the stakes are the same, it's just that we have one resurrection, basically. So we are allowed one mistake. Team diff, yeah. This group does have a lot more DPS, it seems like. So no one then. Interesting. Interesting. When is it in Dragon? The ongoing meme is precisely that. First term of AION2 that looked decent, so basically I was looking for copper and phone gold. Wow. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your stay. I hope you will continue to do so. But I mean, The state of content creation in the West for this game is it's a little rough right now. Yeah, it's a little rough. Not a lot of people that actually play the game, you know what I'm saying? Alright. 4 minutes. It's about the same actually, timer-wise. It's about the same as the other group. Yeah. Alright, take 3. I'm sure we can do it. Who is it? On the left. We've got some puddle terrorists again. These guys are not respecting the content. I'm not using this. Yeah, like the flowers are targeted on me because I'm healing. That's the thing, right? So that's why I'm the one getting stunned. That's the fucked up part. Mr. Purdue for the flower gamba? Nah, I don't think we need that. Alright, well, I had to use my defiance on this to survive, so there's that. Yeah, those puddle placements though are fucking tragic, dude. The kill speed is much faster at least. So it shouldn't be a problem. I'll just drop it out there. God, the arena's a fucking mess, dude. So thanks, guys. Very cool. Appreciate the puddle placements. Fucking gladiators, man. And thanks for the follow, C9. This guy's fucking dead. I saw without taking photo. Amazing order from me. You would be surprised how many people do that, C9. Honestly. The more common than you think. Enrage is actually quite tight, ironically. I mean, we're gonna make it though. We're gonna do it. I'm not special. Alright. Yippee, we did it! Hooray! Do you think it will come out in the West in September? I mean, we have confirmation of the date. It's the fucking 30th of September, so technically, yes. Effectively, it's more like October. Yeah, so, you know. Global launches, yeah. Like, dodging timings and everything on global are gonna be, you know. And I'm good, bro. I'm good, brother. You only need to do it once a week. Alright, do this. Dude, stop. I'll grab these two. Let's play the weekly reset. It's like 5 AM, isn't it? Or 6 AM? I can't remember. I mean, either way, it usually happens during the maintenance, so... Kinda whatever. And, I mean, probably these. These I really don't need. I'll grab these, though. Yeah. I'll need those for my, eventual guard upgrade. I can open all three. Somehow. Oh, this is personal only. Anyone in chat used NordVPN to connect to Taiwan as a decent? I only used gaming VPNs, and the one that worked the best for me was Lagofast. I bought the deluxe pack, and I refunded it. Wow. Do you think Cleric will be a necessity on global release? A necessity, I don't know about that, but it's always going to be nice to have, especially early on, because we're not going to be swimming in self-rest stones. So people are going to be thankful for the resurrection for sure. And overall, Cleric is in a pretty good spot support-wise, so I think, yeah, people will be happy to have a Cleric. Alright. Anyways, chat, that will be it for me for today, maybe. So, as I said, apparently we might go in a couple of hours for Sanctuary, so if we do, I will stream again, so keep an eye out in like an hour, like 1 hour, 1.5 hours from now. I will be pinging you guys on Discord if I do, and otherwise I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Alright, for the time being, make sure to follow the channel on both Twitch and YouTube if you haven't already, and make sure to jump on my Discord to be made aware of my whereabouts, including whether I'm going to be streaming in an hour from now. And yeah, for the time being, thanks for watching for now, and catch you guys in just a bit. I'm gonna grab some food, do some stuff, and maybe I'll return. But yeah. How pain is this game? The game is pay to win, but doesn't force your hand at all. There you go. That's the short answer before I go. Do I have any other like events between beside dungeon and raids, or we have to level up ults? There's a bunch of stuff, including PvP side game modes, but yeah. You can just ask me again when I stream again later. I really need to go make some food right now, so yeah. GG's, fellas.